Hello guys, welcome back to Modern Web. Today we will continue our MERN blogging website and build some more pages on top of what we already have. This is the part 3 of MERN blogging website. So if you haven't watched part 1 or 2, I highly recommend you go and watch those parts before watching this one. You can find the playlist link in the description or comments. In the previous parts, we made a login flow for our user to log in or create an account in our website in order to log in. We also added Google authentication with Firebase on front end and back end. After that, in second part, we learned to make a modern editor using editor.js. Then we made a publish form to preview the blog detail and fill the tags and descriptions related to the blog. Now we will work on other pages of our website, that is fully working homepage. In this page, we will make a section to show all the latest blogs directly coming from the database. And on the right side, we will make filter options to filter the blogs. And below that, we will have 5 trending blogs, which will show the blogs with the most views. After done with the home page, we will work on search page, where in search input, if you type anything, it will give you the search results for that text. You can search for blogs or you can search for any user. Then we will work on profile page, and in this page we will show each user account information. We will show the username, the bio, the number of blogs user has written and their social links. On the left side, we will show all the blogs published by the user. In the next part, we will learn to make blog interactions such as like interaction and nested comments, and then we will work on dashboard in order to manage the blogs or notification. We also have to make setting pages where user can update their profile and change login password. So before we start, if you are new to my channel or haven't subscribed it yet, do subscribe the channel and hit the bell icon to not miss the next part of this video when I will upload it. So if you like the video, make sure you give it a thumbs up and leave a comment. If you have any feedback or doubt, feel free to leave a comment. So without wasting more time, let's start the video. If you want full code of the project, which include every feature even before I create their parts, you can download the full project source code from Patreon or Buy Me a Coffee. Link is in the description. So I am currently in my home root, and you can see I am getting this navbar in the home root because I am on this root directory. But if you see that other than navbar, I'm not getting anything, but I want a blog section over here and a filter over this right side. So for that, what we have to do is we have to first set up our root correctly. So for that, just go to your app.jsx file and let's come to this roots component. Well, you will see that we have this root component which is nesting these two roots, which is this slash sign up and slash sign in, where I'm rendering this navbar as well as this user auth form. But right now what I want is I want to render one more component, and that is one home page component that we don't have right now, but I will create it later. But what I want is I want to render this with this navbar component, but I want to render it on the slash path, which is the root path. So how can I do that? So to do that, you have to again create a root component, and instead of giving here path, because if you give here path, you have to specify what nested path you want to render that, and I wanted to render on the index root of this, so I will just give index prop instead of path, and this index just basically mean whatever this the path is the index, and the element that I want to render is the home page component. We don't have that, that's why I'm getting this red line. So let me just save it, and let's go to the folder view. In the pages folder, you will see home.page.jsx. So just open that and let me create a home page here. So home page component. So make a const, let's call it home page, and let's create this a functional component. And this will basically for now will return an h1 with home page coming from component JSX. And don't forget to export this as a default function, so export that as a default function like this. And now if I come to my app.jsx, make sure you import that as well. So add import at the beginning saying import homepage from pages/home.page. So if I save it now, and since I'm on the root directory, I'm on the slash path, you can see that I am getting the navbar as well as the home page component, which has this h1 in it. So instead of returning the h1 now, let's make the home page. So let me just remove this, and instead of here, let me render type animation wrapper. And if you don't remember, this animation wrapper is a wrapper to add the fade in and fade out effects for the pages. So I want a fade in effect for this home page. That's why I'm using the animation wrapper. And inside that, make a section, and this section will be a parent element which will contain all of our component. That will be the left side blocks and the right side filters and the trending blocks. So we have to give some class names to it to style it. So let's give it h-cover class, and this is a custom class that is inside your index.css file, and this is basically giving or setting the section's height 100 vh and just subtracting the value of this navbar height, which is 80 or 100 pixels. And after that, give it a flex property because we want the blocks and the filters to come side by side. So for that we need this flex, and then say justify center to center the components and give a gap of 10 unit. So if I save, you won't see anything because we don't have any children inside the section. So make a div over here, and this div will be for latest blocks. Let me add a comment, and after that make another div, and this div will be for filters and trending blocks. So we will make our filters and trending blocks inside this div, and we will make our latest block inside this div, which will come in the left side and this will come on the right side. So let's give this also a class, and let's just say width equal dash false, which means just cover whatever width you got. So after giving this width full, just save it, and let's come to our project. If you say that if you see I am in my home page, and you can see on the left side this is my div which is over here. So inside this div I want this home button where I can click to see the blocks, and if I just open my developer console in order to resize this website screen size, you can see in the mobile screen you will see that I'm getting this trending block button as well. And if I click over here, I'm getting these trending blocks, and if I click on the home, I'm getting the home blocks, which is the latest blocks. So to achieve this, we need to first create these two buttons, and then we can load the blocks. So how can we do that? For that, let's come to the code, and here what I will do is I will render one component which is in page navigation, and this is a custom component that we don't have right now. We will create it later, but what this in page navigation will do is it will create navigation inside the page. As you can see that in the smaller screens, let me resize it correctly. In the smaller screens, this is a sort of navigation inside a same route. You can see the route is not changing, but I'm still navigating through home page to the trending block section. So this is the in-page navigation that we will create, and we will render that component in order to create these two buttons. And we will just hide this trending block whenever we are in the larger screens, because then we will see the trending block over here with the filters. So for that, we don't have this, of course. So just go to your folder view, and in the components folder you will find in page navigation.component.jsx. So here let's create that functional component. So make a function component, let's call it in page navigation, set its equals to like this, and this will for now return an h1 saying in page navigation here, and make sure you export this as well as a default function like this. And now come to the home page and just import that component like this. Let me close this. So now if I come here, you can see that I'm getting this in page navigation here. So now instead of this text, what I want is I want those two buttons where I can click to switch in the to navigate in the page. So how can I do that? So for that, make an empty component, and inside of it make a div, and this div will contain the button, and then this component I'm using to wrap the children, because I want I want children over here to tell that whenever I click on this button, render this children, and whenever I click on that button, render that children. So you will get it when we will create it, so don't worry. So in this div, let's give it some class name. Let's give it a relative position and a margin bottom of 8 unit. So give mb-8, set its background to white and border to bottom to have a border bottom, and give it a border gray with a flex property so that we can align the buttons side by side, and say flex no wrap because we don't want to wrap the buttons. We can get the scroll bar, it's okay, but we don't want to wrap the buttons. And just give the overflow X to be auto so that we can see the scroll bar if there is any sort of overflow. So inside this div, I want to render the buttons. Now how I can get the value of the buttons? Well, if you see, I have this home page over here, and if I come over here, now I have two buttons. Okay, but if I go to some other pages, let's say I come here and search for GPT, and you can see there is the same in-page navigation over here. And if I go to my mobile screens, you can see I'm getting here accounts match, which means I'm using this component a lot of places in the project. So to make this universal so that I can give the buttons name whatever I want, I need some sort of props over here. So add a curly bracket to introduce the prop, and the prop that I want over here is the roots, and this roots is sort of an array. So let's go to the home page and let me just press an enter and give that prop value over here. So this roots is an array, and this array which just basically tell you that these are the buttons that you have to create. So you have to pass all the buttons as an item of an array. So how can I do that? So since for the home page I want one home and the second, which is the trending block, I will pass home as a first element of this array, and I will pass the second element as second element, which is trending block, to get these two buttons in my in-page navigation where I can click in order to navigate. So this is how we are getting the props value over here. So now since the roots is an array, I can loop through it by saying roots.map, and by mapping it you will get individual root, which is the item of the array, and you will get its index. So just run the callback, and inside the callback you can return, for now you can just return root, and let's see what I'm getting. So if I save this, you will see that I'm getting home and I'm getting trending block. Even though I didn't type anything inside in-page navigation, I am just providing this home and trending block as an element of array to this in-page navigation, and is just mapping through it to return the text over here. So instead of getting just simple home and trending block text, let's just return a button that we can click in order to navigate inside the page. So for that, instead of returning, add a bracket, and then we will return a button like this, and the value of the button will be this root. Let me give it a key because it's giving me a red line, and that key will be this unique index so it can differentiate the buttons. And let me give it a class name to style it. So the class name that I will give is padding 4 to have a padding from all 4 direction, and from X direction I will say padding to be 5. Give it a capitalize to make the letter capital, and let me just save this and let's see how this looks. So you can see this look like this, and I am getting root instead of the home and the trending block. So to fix that, just add this inside curly bracket, because remember I am in the JSX, so inside the JSX to access the variable you have to use the curly bracket. So if I save, you can see I'm getting this home and I'm getting this trending block, as well as I'm getting this border bottom because I have given this div a border bottom and the border color gray. So that's great. Now what else I need over here? Well, I need some styling over here to differentiate what is the active root right here and what is not. So how can I do that? First of all, I have to define what is the active root. So by default, what I want is I want the first element of the root to be active. And how can I do that? So if I come over here, the first element of the roots array is this home. So by default, I want the home to be active. So for that, I will use a state over here. So let's create a state. So I will call this InPageNav index, and this state will store the active index or active root over here. So whatever this index is, the I value, I will store is inside this state in order to maintain that, yeah, this root is active right now. And the set function will be set in page nav index. To create a state, just call use state hook, and by default I will set it equals to 0 because I want the default index to be 0, which is the first element of the array. So now once I get that 0, what I can do is I can come over here in the class name and I can add some conditional clauses over here. So to write conditions, I have to use JavaScript, and for that I have to use this curly brackets. Let me do this like this, and now inside of it I want to concatenate these strings. So for that, just add a plus and let me add curly brackets in order to write the condition over here. Make sure you add space after this capitalized class, otherwise if you don't do that, and then the condition evaluation, whatever you get from it, it will just add after this capitalized, and then this class won't make any sense. So if you add a space, then whatever you will get from this condition, this will just add as like this. So this will make sense as a class name for the tailwind. So what condition I want to check? I want to check that in page nav index is equals to the I, which is the index of this root button. So if the current button index is equals to the current nav index, which is the page root active index, in that case what I want is I want to return text black color. And else, if this is not is the case, like I have an index 1 over here, which is the second element of the root, but the in-page navigation is 0. So in that case, I will return text dark gray class, and let me enable my word wrap. So if I save and refresh, you will see that if I zoom, that this trending block is dim and this is a totally black color. So this is the way we can differentiate the active state and the non-active state. Now still I am not sure about this activeness, because if I come over here, you will see that whatever root is active, it is getting this HR or this a border at the bottom. So for this border, we will create an HR and we will set its width according to the width of this button. So how can I do that? Well, for that, of course, I need an HR. So after these curly brackets where I am done creating the buttons, make an HR and self close it like this. And over here, let's create a reference. Let's call it active tab line ref, and just set it equals to use ref in order to create a reference. Make sure you import it as well like this. Now copy this and add a reference to this like this. So why I am creating this reference is because so that when I click on this button, I will call a on click function, and in that function I need to access this HR in order to change its CSS style, and to select the HR I need its reference in order to select it. That's why I'm giving this reference. So after this I can give it some class names, and I will say to have an absolute position, the bottom will be 0, and the duration, which is the transition, I will say 300 milliseconds. Just save it. And if I come to my website, well, you won't see any changes because the HR you won't see. I have not given any width to that. So what I will do is I will add a on click to this button. So let's add a on click event, and whenever this gets clicked, I will run a callback inside here, and this callback will get the event. And what I will do is I will run a function which is change page state, and this change page state we don't have, so let's create that over here like this. And this change page state function will take two arguments or the parameters. The one is the btn and the second is the index. The btn is to tell what button got clicked, because we need its width in order to set the HR's width, and we need the I in order to update this index page nav index to set the current active root. So for that we need these two items. So what I have to pass over here is the button. So how can I get the button from the event? From the event, I can just pass e.target to get the target element, which is this button, because this is got clicked, and I want to give the index. So just I can pass the I over here to give it as an index. So over here, let me just come over here and console.log the btn comma I, and let's see that when I click on the button, am I getting any log in console? So if I click on the trending block, you can see I got a button, and after that I got 1, which is the index of this trending block button. And if I click on the home, I got the home button, and I got this 0 as the index. So which means it is working. Now I want to style this HR in order to see the activeness. So how can I do that? So remove the console log, and I will declare some variables over here. So I will t-structure it later, but set it equals to button. So this button represent this button element, and with any HTML element you get a lot of properties to get what this button is, and what this HTML currently is, and where it is on the screen. So I need two values of this button. One is its width. So how can I do that? Well, each HTML element has this offset width property, which tells you the element's width, and I can just destructure it from the btn so that I don't have to call it like this. Okay, and basically this offset width will return me this button's width that I can use to set the width of this hr. And the second thing that I want is offset left, and this offset left will basically give me the left value of the button, and it will tell me how far it is from the left, so that I can give the left value to this HR in order to change its left position. As you can see over here, since this is accounts match is left from uh, is far left, if I click over here, the HR getting to this position. So for that I need the left value of this button in order to give it to this HR. Right, so I hope you got that. So after that I need to select this HR, and I can use this reference in order to select that. So the reference name is active tab line ref, and to access the current reference, so you have to say the dot current, and then you will get this HR element. And since I want to change its CSS, I have to say dot style to change the CSS, and the property that I want to change is width. So say width, and set it equals to the offset width, not left, offset width. And don't forget to concatenate a pixel after this offset width, otherwise this will be just a number, and a number is not accepted in CSS. You have to give like this with the pixels. Let me just make a duplicate of this line, and instead of setting the width this time, let me set the left, and instead of offset width I will just say offset left. So if I just save this and come over here and refresh, well, you won't see anything. But if I click on home, you will see that I got this HR over here, and if I click on trending block, I am getting this HR over here. And if I click over here, it is working, and if I click over here, it is working. So basically the HR is moving wherever I am clicking and whatever the active route is. But still this home page is black, but home's text is black, but not the trending block. And that is because I'm not updating this in page nav index. So to update that, just call the set function of it, and just pass the index that we get from this parameter, and just save that. So if I click on trending block now, you will see now it is black because this route is active. And if I click on home, now this is black because this route is active. If I click over here, this is active. So basically this is working. But if you refresh the page, you will see by default I want the home page to be active, but I'm not getting the HR over here. Surely this the home route is active because I'm getting this black color. That means the home route is active, but still I'm not getting the HR. And that is because the HR is not by default setting its width. We are setting the HR width only when we click on the button. So we have to call this change page state function when we render it for one time in order to set the uh, width of this HR. So to do that, I will use effect hook, which will run itself after the rendering for one time. That's why I will just give an empty array, and this use effect will just call the change page state. And what I will do, I will just pass this button over here. Now inside this I need to pass a button and the index. So basically I want the by default value to be 0, but what if I want the default root to be somewhat like the first element of the array, or like second or third? In that case this can't be a static 0 number, right? So in that case I will introduce another prop and I will say it default active index, and by default I will set it equals to 0, which means if you don't provide this prop while creating this navigation component, it will have a 0 value. But if you provide this, then you can change the default active root. So here I will just copy it, and instead of setting the this state equals to 0, I will just paste it equals to this, so that by default it will be 0, but I can change it if I want. So now since I have this, what I will do is I will come in the buttons and I will use a reference over here. So for that, what I will do, I will create another reference here and I will say active tab equal use ref, and you can call this any variable. I'm just calling active tab because I will use it for this button, which is a sort of tab. So what I will do is I will give a reference prop to this and I will write a condition over here, and that is if I is equals to default active index, which means if the index of this component or this item is equals to the default active index, which is the 0, which means that this button is active. And if this button is active, what I want is I want to give this active tab reference, so that I can get it from I can access it in the change page state, because remember this use effect will only run when I am done with this return, and when I am done with the return I will have access to this active tab ref. So make sure you give this variable name like this, active tab ref, or whatever you want. So after this, in the else condition you can just leave it an empty string, or actually not empty string, just say null, so that if the button index is equals to the default index, then I'm providing it an active tab reference, otherwise I'm not providing any sort of reference. And now since I have a button reference over here, what I will do is instead of the button I want to send the button, so I will say select the active tab reference and say dot current in order to get that button, and pass that inside this change page state. And the index that I want to give here is I will say default active index, which is this. By default it is 0. So if I save over here and come to the website, you can see now I am getting this HR in the home, and if I click on the trending block, now this is active, and if I click on the home, now this is active. So basically now we are done. Now there is a thing, if I come to my project, you can see that in the search, let's go to the home page. You can see in the larger screen and the medium screen you will only see this home route, you won't see the trending. And if I go to the smaller screen, you will see the trending blocks route as well. So how can I do that? Well, for that I will again introduce one more prop over here. So let me add a comma here, and the prop that I want to introduce is default hidden. So this default hidden will be same as the roots, but this default hidden will contain the items that need to be hidden in the larger or medium screen. So what do I mean by that? So let me just set it equals to a by default an empty array, because this will be an array, and let me just give the default hidden over here while creating the in-page navigation, and inside of it make an array, because this is an array, and you have to provide what roots you want to hide. So I want to hide this trending blocks, and this trending block is this string, so I can just copy it and I can paste it over here. So this is an array which will tell you that these roots should be hidden in the larger or the medium screens, and I'm giving here trending block which is same as this item which is creating the buttons. So we can use this in order to hide this in the page navigation, where we can use that to check for the condition. And how can I do that is in the class name, after this make sure you add spaces, because I will add one more class over here. So make sure you add class to space to this text dark gray and the text black. And let's add one more condition over here, and the condition is default hidden, which is an array. So to check that this thing is inside an array or not, we can use dot includes method. So just say dot includes. So default hidden dot includes, you can pass whatever you want to say. So if I just say a, what it will do, it will check inside the default hidden that it has a element or not. So if it gets a, it will say true, and if it doesn't get the a, it will say false. And since I don't want to check for a, of course, I want to check for the root that I'm getting from this roots array, and I will check that inside the default hidden. So basically this what it's doing, it's checking that the root is inside the default hidden or not. So if that is true, which means this root is inside the default hidden, which means I have to hide it in the larger screen. In that case, I will provide space md hidden, which just basically mean on the medium screen or larger screen, you will be hidden. And in the else block, what I will do is I will just leave it as a blank or an empty string, because if it is not inside this default hidden, then I don't need to hide it and I don't have to give any sort of classes. So if I save and come back to the page, you will see now I'm not getting the trending block because this trending block is inside this array and this default hidden array. But remember, make sure you spell these roots correctly, because if I just remove a G or space from over here, you can see that it's still a trending block and still trending block, but these both strings are not equal. So if I come to my website, you will still see the trending block button over here. So make sure the items are spelled correctly. Now what I want is I want to render the different components on different routes. So what I want is in the home route, I want to render the latest blocks, and in the trending route, which we will see only in the mobile screens, I want to render the trending block. So how can I do that? For that, come inside the page navigation, and what I will do is for now I will return an h1 and I will say latest blocks here like this, and I will create another h1 and I will say here trending blocks here. So basically we have these two h1s over here, and if I come to my website, you won't see those two h1s because they are a children of this in-page navigation, but we haven't told this in-page navigation component that you have to accept the children's and render those. That's why it is not accepting these as children's and not rendering it. So to accept the children's, you have to again come to the in-page navigation, and in the props I have to introduce one more prop, which will be children. And once I have given this children prop, then you can render the children prop over here. So after this div, just add a curly bracket to write or access the variable, to write the JavaScript or access the variable, and just say children over here. And that's why I have created this empty component, because I want to wrap this buttons div and the children that we get from the component that when we will create, we will get the children, right? So if I just save it now and come over here, now you will see that I got latest block here and the trending block. So well, still I'm on the home route, which is latest block route. So why I'm getting this trending block? Because your in-page navigation component does not know that it has to render this first component for the first element and the second component for the second button or the second index of the route. So how can we tell that? First of all, we have to say do not render all of the children you get from the props, and for that just remove this children. So what we will check over here then, what I will do is I will say array dot is array, and array dot is array is a method, and whatever you pass over here, it will just check whether or not it's an array. So if I pass over here, let's say a, and since a is a string not an array, it will return you false. But if I want pass an array, then this method will return you true because I have passed an array inside this is array. And the reason I'm doing it is because if you only provide over here one children, then that children will not be inside an array. But if you provide more than a children, one children, then it will be in array inside the prop value. So to check that whether or not we have a single children or more than one children, we have to check whether or not it's an array. So I will just pass children over here, and if this children is an array, which means it has more than one children, in that case, I want to render only that children which has the same index as the current active button. So this current active button, remember, is when I'm clicking on it, it is just setting this in page nav index over here, and this is a state. So I can access this state value by this variable, and this will just tell you that this is the current active root. So I can just copy this in name, and this is just the index, and I can pass this here. So if this is 0, it will render the first element of the children, and if it is 1, it will render the second element of the children array. And because of that, we will be able to get the first element only when the first root is active, and the second element only when the second root is active. So if I come to the website, and yeah, I'm getting error because since I'm using the ternary operator, I have to give the else block also. So in the else case, I will just render the children, because if the children is not an array, then it is only one element, and then I can just render it because I don't have to think about any roots. So if I come over here now, you will see that not now I'm not getting the trending blocks over here. I'm just getting this latest blocks here because I am on the home root. But if I let me just go to the smaller screens to see the trending block. So if I resize my window, you can see now I'm getting this trending block. And if I click over here, the current active page index is now 1, and that therefore it is rendering the 1 index of the children, which is this trending block here. So now I can navigate within the page like this, and we are actually done with our in-page navigation. Now what we have to do is we have to actually get the block data from the backend in order to make the block card. So first of all, we have to create a route in our server where we can make a request while loading the page and receive the blocks data from there, which will be the latest block. And then once we get the block, then we can start working on our block card that we will going to render over here. So let's work on our latest block route. So before we work on our latest blocks route, make sure you have somewhat of at least 10 blocks in your MongoDB. So if you don't have any block data, just go to the website and go to the editor page and create 10 blocks, and make sure you give them different titles and different banners and different tags. So for example, for one you can make a block for traveling, and the second block you can make for cooking, and the third you can make about tech, and the fourth you can make about finance. The reason I want you to make different categories block, because then when we will work on the filtration, then we can use those tags like the tech tag or the cooking tag or the finance tag or travel tag. We can use those tag in order to filter out the data. And since if we don't have any data, then we won't be able to see anything, but doesn't matter, then you can add and test that. I just want that for now you have at least 10 blocks in your database, so that we can work on our home page and get that blocks, and we can then work on our pagination. So anyway, let's go to the servers folder and make sure you open the server.js file, and let's work on our login, not login, latest block route. So at the end, or actually not the end, before the create block, let me make a server dot get request, because I don't want any sort of validation over here, because any anonymous or not logged in user can access the block. So here I will just say slash latest blocks. This will be the our root, and this will just run a callback with a request and response. And what I want to do is I want to select the latest blocks from the database. So how can I do that? For that, I have to first access the block, and this block is the block structure, which is the Mongo. If you just type this block, it's just referring to this blocks collection. And inside it, in order to find the blocks, I will say find. And what sort of block I want every block except whose draft is true, because I don't want to respond with draft blocks. I only want the published blocks. So that's why I'm saying find whatever blocks which have the draft false, not true, because we are finding. So if any of the block has a draft true, which means it's a draft, then we won't get it, because this will not find that. So once we get that, we want the author detail as well. And if you come to any of the blog data, you will see I have this author key and I have this object ID, and I can actually, while retrieving the blog, I can get the author value using this ID. And to do that, what I have to do is I have to call dot populate, and this dot populate method will basically add the values, and I just have to tell what the field it has to populate, and the field it has to populate is the author field. And then what it will do, it will just get this object ID and search for this object ID wherever it finds that. And once it finds the object ID, it will just take the whole object and put it inside this author and give you the object, and from that object you can select what fields you want. So I have to pass the key that I want to populate, and the key that I want to populate is the author. And after the comma, you have to say what sort of fields you want, and you have to give all the fields inside one double quote. So the fields that I want, let's go to the user so that I can tell you what sort of fields I want. So you will see that the user structure look like this, the user database structure, and I need the personal info, and I need the user's profile image, which is over here, and then I need the user's profile a username, which is over here, and I need the full name, but I don't need this ID. So I just need the three things. One is the full name, username, and the profile image, and I will just remove this ID. So for that, just say personal info, because personal info is the object which contains this full name, username, and profile image key. So say personal info dot profile image in order to get the profile image, and then without any comma or anything, just add a space to go to the different field, and just say personal underscore info dot username to get the username, space personal info dot full name. This populate will also give you this user's ID, and I don't need this user ID, so I have to say that don't give me that. And to just not select any field, you have to say negative or the minus sign and then the field name. So this will not select that, and the field name is underscore ID. So you have to give the field names like this, and what it will do, it will just select only these three keys from the author data structure and the user data structure, and paste it into this author value so that we can access it. Now after it, I want to sort the blocks that we get, and I want to sort it in what order? Well, if I come to my blocks and see the block data structure, you can see I have this date published at, and it is sort of a date telling when this blog is published. So I want to get the latest blog first and then the least latest. So how can I do that? For that, I have to first access that key. On what basis I have to sort? I have to sort on published at basis. So I'll type here published at, and just give its value -1, and that's just basically mean give me the recent one, because since published at is a date, -1 just will tell you that whatever is the recent, give me that, and then it will go to the lower side of the dates. So after that, I have to use dot select method in order to select the fields that I'm actually going to use from this block, because I don't want a whole lot of this information like the ID and the activity and the comments. Well, of course, I do need some of them, but I don't need all of them. So how I have to tell what sort of fields I only need in the front end. So I will say that I need this blog ID, I need one title, and I need description. And that basically means that I'm just saying that select the blog ID, select the title, select the description, and make sure you have spaces between the keys, but they all are inside one double quotes. Otherwise, you won't be able to select it. And then I need a banner, I need activity to show the like count, I need tags to show the first tag in the blog component, and I need the time when it got published. So I will say published at, and I don't want the object ID, so I will say negative underscore ID, and it will remove the ID instead of selecting it. And then I will just limit my result, because if I have like this 10, I will only get the 5 results. And the reason I am limiting is to not give a lot of data to the front end, And since I don't have a lot of data right now, I'm still limiting it because I need to show you how to make the pagination, and for that I have to limit it so that if I have 10 or I'm sending the 5, then I can load 5 more at the end using the pagination. So in the limit, I'm just going to say a variable which I will say max limit, and I will make a variable over here like this, and I will just set it equals to 5 for now. We will change it later, don't worry. And after all of that, just run .10, and after Mongoose is done running all of these queries, it will give you the actual block structure in this .10 block that you can get from this blocks variable, or you can name it anything. It's just the data. So what I will do is I will return from here so that I won't go below. And what I will do, I will return a response with a status of 500, not 500, 200, because everything is well, no errors found. And I will return a JSON, and in the JSON, I will just pass blocks in the brackets, and this basically means that I want the blocks key, and in that blocks key I will have the blocks data, which is this, which is an array of all of the block structure. And since I'm using dot, then I have to use the dot catch in order to react to any error if we get. And in this callback, what I will do is I will return a response with a status of 500 because now we got some errors. And in the JSON, I will send an error, and the error will be error dot message, and I will just save it. So now, since the latest blog is just a get a request, I can go in my request first, and instead of like this create blog, I can say latest blog. Actually, it is blog or blogs. Yeah, it is blogs. So latest blogs, and I can remove everything. I can change the post to get, and if I make request, I should see 5 blogs because I have already 10 blogs in my database. So if I click send request, you will see now in the response I got an object which has this block key, and this block key is an array which contain these different objects, and these are 5 different blocks object. You can see count them 1 2 3 4 and 5. So you got the 5 blocks, and each block is an object which contains the activity key, the blog id, title, banner, description, and the tags and the author. And you can see in the author I am getting the personal info, which is just only the full name, username, and profile image. I'm not getting other fields, and I am getting the publisher. So this is the data that I am getting while I am requesting to this latest blog. So that means I am done with my route. Now I have to go to my front end in order to make the request to backend to receive the data. And once I get the data, I will loop through it in order to create the block cards. So let's do that. So let's come to the home page component, and let's make request to the server in order to receive the latest block. So before this return, I will create a one function, and I will call it fetch latest blocks, and this function will just make a request to the latest block root in order to get the latest blocks data. So and we will call this function from the use effect, of course. So over here I will say Axios and make sure you import it, and I will use the Axios in order to make the request to the server. So I will say Axios dot get in order to make the get request, and the root that I want is import dot meta dot env dot wheat underscore server underscore domain, and this is the way to access the .env variable in the wheat environment. So wheat server domain is just equals to our localhost 3000 port, and the root that I want to request is latest blocks. And once I make a request to this, I have to catch the response that we get from the front backend, and I will just set it equals to whatever the data I got. So I will just destructure actually. So add a curly I add bracket, and inside bracket I will destructure the blocks key, or actually yeah, I will destructure the blocks key. And what I will do is I will console dot log the blocks that I will get from the backend. And since I'm using dot catch, I have to use dot then. Since I'm using dot then, I have to use dot catch in order to catch any error. And if I get any error, I'll just console log the error to see what it is. So now this is the basic function, which is just making a get request to the latest blog and just logging the data it get from the backend. So now I just have to call this function. So let me just copy the name of the function and use effect hook. So whenever we are done with the rendering, we will call this use effect, and I only want to run it only once. So I will just provide an empty array, and inside of here I will just call this fetch latest blogs. And if I come to my home page and open my console, well, I got a lot of stuff. Let me just remove it and refresh it. Now you will see it is saying undefined, I guess because this is not the way to the structure. So let me see what I am getting actually. So I will just say data, and I will say data, and I will console log that. So you can see in the data I got data, and inside the data I have blocks, of course, because I'm getting the exhaust response. So I have to destructure the block from this data, right? So add a bracket over here and destructure the data, and I will just say data dot block. Actually it will be blocks. And now if I save, let's see what data I get. You can see now in the console, when the home page is loaded, I'm getting this array with 5 objects inside it, and all of them has some blog ID and activity key and the title you can see over here. So which means I'm getting the response from backend. Now I have to create the block card. So how can I do that? First of all, I have to save this data in a particular variable so that I can access it over here, and I can then re-render it on the basis of that data. So how can I do that? For again, to re-render and store the value, I will use the states. So I will create a one state over here. I will call that state blogs, and the set function will be set blog, and I will set it equals to use state hook in order to create the state, and by default this state will be null, and I will just save it. And make sure you import the use state, otherwise you won't be able to use it. So by default the blocks will be null, because before making the request obviously will not have any sort of block data. But when we get the block data, what I want is, instead of a console logging, I will just say that whatever the data is, just add that array to this block state. So what I will do is I will just say data dot blocks and save that. So if I refresh, well, you won't see any changes because I am storing the data to this block state, but I'm not doing anything else. So what I will do is, let's come over here, and since instead of these latest blocks here, I want to render the blocks. So I will just remove it, and I will add some conditions over here. So what are those conditions? Well, first of all, if we don't have any blog, I want to show a loader in the home page, indicating that it is loading something. And then once we get the block data and save it to the block state, then I will just remove that loader component, and instead of that I will render block cards. So for that, what you can do is first make an empty component and add curly brackets, because we need to write JavaScript conditions over here. So I will say blocks in order to access this block state, and by default it is null, right? So I will just check if the blocks is null, which means we don't have any sort of a block. In that case, I will render loader component, and actually we do have this loader. Let me type it correctly, loader. And we do have this loader component, because if you go to your folder component folder view and go to the loader component.csx, you will see that there we have a loader which is an svg. So just save that and make sure you import it as well. So let me just import this loader from loader.component. And now what it's doing is just saying if the block is null, and by default it is null by default. So we will render the block. But if it is not null, in that case I have some sort of a block data, right? So in that case, what I will do, I will for now I will return an instruction saying blocks are in state, to indicate that yeah, blocks are in state. So if I come to my home page, you can see I'm getting blocks are in state, because we have set up the block in the state before. So if I just refresh, you will see in for a fraction of seconds I got the loader and then I got the blocks are in state. If I refresh again, you will see for a moment I got the loader over here, you can see, and then I am getting this h1 saying blocks are in state, which means I have blocks in the state. So instead of saying this, I need to render the block. So how can I do that? For that I will say blocks, which is the array, and I need to map through individual items, which will be the individual block, and I will get the block and the index of those block item inside here, and I will just return an h1 saying let me first give a key I, and what I will do is I will for now I will say block dot title. So this block represents the whole object of the block, and well, it has the title of the block ID, it has a lot of things. So I am just for now returning an h1 with the block dot title to see that I am getting title or not. And you can see I am getting this 5 titles, which is the how can you why is tag becoming more popular. So you can see I am getting all the titles, but now I don't want these titles, but I want the card of the block card. So how can I make that? So for that, let's go to the folder view, and here you will find blog post dot component, and inside over here we will create the blog post card. So let's do that. Create the blog post card. For that, make a functional component, name it blog post card, and let's set it equals to an function with no props, and this will for now will return, and actually let's just work on it and don't return nh1 here. So export this blog post card as a default function like this, and what I will do is I will again for now let's return this is a blog post card, but what I want here is let's go to the home page, and instead of returning the h1, now let's render or return this blog post component. So here what I want is I want to first need make this animation wrapper. So make sure you import that. Yeah, it is imported as well, and make sure you give it a key, and that key will be the index. So why I need animation wrapper is because I want to add the fade in effect in my block card so that I can have some animations, and I will add if I go to the animation wrapper, you will see that I have this transition prop, which is by default a duration one, but I can add some more values to this. So what I want to add is I want to add some delay over here. So I will say transition, and by default I have to give its by default value, so I have to say duration 1, and the second thing that I will give here is the delay, and the delay will be will tell how much time it will wait before animating, and let's see the delay will be I into 0.1. Actually not type here, type here I is the index, multiply dot 0.1, and the duration is 1. Let me check it, is it? Yeah, the duration is 1. So after setting up our animation wrapper for the fading animation, inside this I will return the blog post card like this, which is over right here. And if I come to my website and refresh, you will see there is a fade in effect that I wanted. So you can see I'm not getting these text at the same time, I'm getting with some delay like this. So that's great. Now I need to pass this block data in my blog postcard as a prop so that I can access the block data over here while creating this HTML and fill the data. So for that, what I will do, I will have actually let me create the props over here first. So I will have a first prop which will be content. This content will contain all of the information related to the blog, and I will have another prop called author, and this author prop will contain all of the information related to the author. So here in the blog post, while creating it, I will say content, and in the content I will pass the block data that I am getting from the mapping, and in the author I will say blog to get the blog. But if I come to my response, you will see that this blog is an object, and inside this object I have this author key, which is again an object, and inside of it I have this personal info, which is an object, and I just need these three. So I have to send this object instead of sending this whole object. So for that I will say blog dot author, and this will give me the object with the personal info. So I will say dot personal underscore info, and this will give me the object which contains only these three keys, which is full name, username, and profile image. So if I save this, well, you won't see any changes because we are getting the data of the props, but I'm not using it. So before using it, I have to first destructure the data so that while creating it, I can just set the values. So over here, let's make a variable. Let's say let, and let's add a curly bracket, and let's set equals to content like this. And what sort of fields I want to destructure from the content? Well, I want to destructure all of the fields like the blog ID, the title, the banner, the description, the tags, and you can see the published ad. I want to destructure everything. So let's do that. So I will say here pub list at, and I will say tags, title, description, banner, and in the activity I will do like this because I do, and I do not need this activity. Actually I just need this total likes, and to get this total likes from this I have to destructure it like this so that I can access this total likes just like this instead of saying activity dot total likes. I hope you got that. So after done with this, I will say blog underscore id, but I will rename this key as id because I'm not going to type the blog underscore id everywhere to refer the blog id. I will just rename this blog id key to this id so that I can access the blog id value by just accessing this id variable. So these are the fields that I want to destructure from the content. And now I want to destructure the full name, username, and the profile image from the author. So I will say let, and in the curly brackets I will say full name, I will say profile underscore username. Actually there is no profile username because it's username and the profile image. So I will say profile underscore image. Actually what it is, image, yeah. And then I will say username equals author like this. So this will get destructured from the author, and this will get destructured from the content. So I am having all of the data now. I just need to make the HTML and I have to just parse these data. So let's do that. So over here I will create a div and I will give it a class width full to cover all of the width it got like this. And inside this div I will create another div and give it a class name flex, and I will add a gap of 2, give it item center so it will be vertically centered, and the margin bottom will be 7. So basically what this div is, if I go to my project, this div represent this where I have the user profile, I have the user a name, the username, and I have this the date when the blog is published. So I have these three information inside this div. So for that, first of all I need the image for the profile image. So make image. In the source I can provide the profile image value, and this will just give me the URL and set it equals to this src. And let's give it some class name. Let's say width to be 6 and the height will be 6, so it will be a perfect square. And since I wanted to be circle, I will say rounded full for 100% of radius. And if I save, I should see the user profile icons over here, and you can see I am getting sort of icons over here, and these icons are same because I have used my this account which I am logged in currently to create all of the 10 blocks. So that's why all of the profile images are same, but if you use different accounts to write the blogs, then the images will be different. So after the image I need the name, so for that just add a p, and in the class name I can give it a line clamp, and I can say 1, so it will be it will not break the word, it will just hide the overflow only in one line. And what I want is I want first of all the full name of the user, and then I want at the rate, And then I want the username of the profile, which is I can get from this underscore user at the rate username. So if I save, you should see here that this Kunal is my name and at the rate Kunal is my ID, and these both are same because again for setting the username we have told our server to just remove the at the rate and the domain part, but and whatever you get set that equals to the username, and that's why it is Kunal. Yeah. So after the p, let's add another p tag, and you can give it a class name and say minimum width to be fit, so that this won't shrink, because remember I am using flex, and since it has a fixed width, the image has a fixed width, it won't shrink. And this paragraph has a fixed width, which is the minimum width, so this won't shrink, which means that this will go overflow and it will hide in mobile screens. And if you don't give the minimum width fit, then the date that you will type will be hidden, or it will be shrinked, or in it will be word breaked because of this full name and the username, because it's a long text. So over here I have to like format my date, because if I just type here like published at and see the output, you will see that I'm getting 2023 11, and then I am getting a lot of encrypted thing. I want to convert it into a date that I can actually do a show over here. So how can I do that? For that I will create one more function. So just go in the common folder, and inside here you will find date.jsx. So just open it, and inside this folder we will do all of the we will make all of the functions that we need in order to format our date. So I need one function over here, so let's create that in order to format the date based on this published at value. So inside it you have to create first a variable, and let's call this months, and you have to actually create all of the months, actually insert all of the months inside this array, like 12 of all of them, because if I call a math, actually not math, if I call date dot get month, which is the JavaScript function, in order to get the month value, it will give me a numerical value, and to convert that numerical value I have to have this array so that I can just pass that number as an index in order to get the alphabetic value of the month. So I will just quickly create a month array here. So this is the months array, which contains all 12 months in just 3 letters. So now I can access any alphabetical index item from over here just by passing the get month numerical value. And same as that, make days make days array as well, which will be containing the Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, because from JavaScript you also get numbers for this case, so I need the array. And for that, make sure you start with Sunday, because if you don't start with Sunday, then the 0 that JavaScript will return will mean Monday for you, but actually the 0 from JavaScript means Sunday. Actually, let me type this full instead of short. So save this, and after this we are done with these two variables. Now I need to create a function which will just convert that timestamp into the actual months and days, and then we will be able to send that back and return the formatted value. So over here make a function, let's call it get day, and this will just give me the day and this will take an argument which will be the time stamp, and this timestamp is what we get from this published ad. So this published ad is the timestamp, that we will pass in this getDay function. And this will do is just make a variable and make a new date class, and while creating the date, just pass this timestamp over here. So it will create a date with this timestamp so that you can get the actual day and month according to this timestamp. So you can just now use the return, and let's use the template literals, and over here I will say date dot get date in order to get the date from the timestamp. And after that I will add a space, and then I will say dollar in the curly bracket I will say months, and in the brackets remember this months is an array. And now I need the month of the date, so I will say this timestamp I need the month, so I will say date dot get month, and I will run it. So this will give me a number from 0 to 11, and that will just pass into this months array to get that index value. So basically this getDay will return you a date and a month of that timestamp. And make sure you export this like this so that you can actually access this function outside this file. So over here, instead of just saying published at, what I will say is I will say get day, which is that function. So make sure you import that as well, and I will call this function and I will pass the published at timestamp over here. And if I save this, I should get the date and the month of the publish instead of the timestamp. And you can see that now I am getting 1 November and for all of the posts, because all of the posts I have just created because before recording this. So that's why all of the post has the same published at value. If you want to check whether or not it is really working, you can just go in your MongoDB, and let's say if you want to change the publish at, you can click over here. Well, actually you should not change the timestamp because you don't know what is the correct timestamp will be. So leave the publish that, but you can actually change the title, blog ID, description, content type, anything you would like to change. You can you just have to click it and type it and just click on the update to update it. Anyway, so let's work on the other thing. So after this block card, this information, what we have in our block card is the title and the short description and one tag with this activity counter. And on the right side I have this banner of the block. So let's make that. So after this div, let's create an h1, and this will basically just render the title of the block. So I can just pass title over here, and let's give some class name. So let's say the class name to be block title, and this again the block title is a custom class that is inside your index.css file. So you don't have to write the classes for this title because the index.css is doing it for you. So after this, make a p tag, and this p will be the short description. So I will add this over here, and this contains the short description because in the server you can see the response is this short description which contains the short description. So yeah, now let's give it some class names, and let's say margin from y direction from top and bottom will be 3 units, and text will be XL, and the font will be Galacio, and the line height, which is the leading, will be 7 units, and maximum small will be hidden, which means if I am on the smaller screens it will be hidden, but if I am on the medium screen then it won't be hidden. And I will say medium 10. If I am on the medium screens, then I will say maximum to maximum 110 pixels, 1100 pixels actually. So this is what it is telling is from medium to maximum 1100 pixels. I will add hidden class to this, and then I will add a line clamp of 2, so that I will only get 2 line of this short description, even though if it is overflowing I don't want the third line of this paragraph. So let me just word wrap this, and let me go back. Now you can see now I got this information, and now I got this title, and I have this paragraph over here which is the short description. And if I open my console, you will see that in the smaller screens I'm not getting the short description, but if I go to the medium screens I will get the short description because I have given that style. And if I go over to the 110 pixels I'm still not getting the descriptions, and if I go to the larger screens then I will get the description. So this is the way to I'm just doing it. I'm hiding and showing the short description just to make this website responsive. So after the paragraph, what I need is I need one div, and this div will contain the tag and the like counter. So over here, I can create one span, and I can just pass the tags to select the tags. Well, if you come over here, you will see that tags is an array. So I only want the first index of that tags. So I will just say index 0 to get the first element of that tags array, and in the class name I can give btn light because I want it to be look like the button light, and I will give padding from y direction, which is top and bottom, to be 1 units, and from x direction, which is left and right, I will say padding to be 4 units. So just save that, and I should see tag over here. You can see for this I am getting cooking tag, for this finance it is tag, it is tag. So now I am getting this tag as well. Now I need the like counter. So for that, make another span like this, and inside this I will add the like icon and the like count. So for the like count, you can add curly brackets, and the like count is inside this total likes variable. So just copy and paste that variable over here to get the actual total like count. And now here I need that like icon. So let's just go to the flat icon and search for the like icon. So in the flat icon, search for like, and I will use this icon. So just copy this I tag, and let's come back to the span tag and paste it over here. Let's change the class to class name like this, and actually let's give it a class of text xl so it will be bigger, and let's give some classes to the span. So I will say it to have a margin left of 3 units, so it will not stick together with this button, it will have a spacing between it between. And I will say it to be flex so that I can align the icon and the total like count side by side and vertically centered and horizontally centered. So for that I will give flex, and then I will say items center in order to align the icon and the text vertically center, and then I will add a gap of 2 between them, and I will say the text color will be text dark gray like this. And if I save and come back, you will see that now I got this icon, and now I got this like count, which is good. But you will see that this tag and this icon is not coming side by side, because we have to give flex box to this div as well. So just give a class name and say flex in order to make the tag and the like side by side. And I will say the gap will be 4 units, and I will add a margin top of 7 to have some margin from this short description. So now this look like this, and yeah. So after this I need what I need, let's check. So after this I need this banner on the right side. So how can I make that? So again, for that I will come to, actually I will go out of this width full, and what I will do is I will make another div. And remember, since I am creating these two divs, I can't do that because to return you have to provide only one parent component. So over here what I will do to wrap this, well, if I come to my project, you will see that if I click on any of the post, it is redirecting me to the blog page. So how I am doing it? Because I am wrapping this whole dev containers inside one link element, a link component, which is provided by the React router component. So I will do the same over here. I will create a link component from the React router, and I will import it over here like this, and I will close it at the very end. And inside this link we will have this div, which is the information, and this div, which will be the banner, both. So that means whenever you click on any of this text or the banner or anything, it will be considered to be clicked on the link, and then I would be able to redirect the user to the blog page. So I will work on this link later. Let's first create the banner. So over here let's give this div a class name, and and over here I will say a fixed height of 28. And remember, since I am giving the width full to this and I want this and this side by side, obviously in the link I will give a display flex, and that will affect the image size, so I have to give a fixed width, but I have given a fixed height, so I can just say aspect square, and this aspect square will give the fixed width as well, so it won't shrink the image according because of the flexbox. And I can say bg gray to have a gray background if it is taking so a time to load the image. And now I will just create an image component over here. In the src I will provide banner that I'm getting from here, and if you see that I'm getting a lot of red lines here, well actually it is not an any sort of error, it is just VS Code suggestion that it is giving me. So you can just click on this bulb over here and you can just select the disable react type for the entire file, and this will remove it because this is VS Code suggestion that it is giving me error, otherwise there is no error in our code. And in this here after this banner I need to give it some classes, so I will say width to be full to cover the full width and height to be full as well. I will say its aspect will be square, and I will say object to be covered, so it will be in proportions. So just save that, and if I come to the website you will see I got the image, I got this, I got this, but it is not looking like this, and this is because I don't have flexbox on my parent element, which is this link element. So let me just give some styles over here. So let's just give class name, and the classes that I want to give is flex to make this div, which is this information div, and this image div side by side. And I will say the gap will be of 8 units, and I will say items will be center, so it will be vertically centered. The border B, which means a border bottom I want, and border color will be border gray, and padding bottom will be 5 and margin bottom will be 4, so it will have a 4 unit of a margin bottom and 5 unit of padding bottom. So if I save that and refresh, now you will see now it look like the this block card. Great. Now you can see I'm getting this hand icon, but if I click, I'm not getting redirected to anywhere. So how can I fix that? Or actually, you don't have to fix it because it's not broken. You just have to provide a to prop over here. And what I want is whenever I click here, I want to redirect the user to slash blogs slash whatever this ID is. So of course I don't have this route now, but I want to redirect the user because we will work on the blog page. So whenever we will work on, then we will show it, but we can create the route, right? So over here I will use template literal and then say slash blogs, not blogs, it will be blog slash, and inside over here I will access the ID, which is this blog ID. So this means whenever I click on these cards, it will redirect me to the slash blog slash the ID of the blog. So if I come over here, look down, so you just look down. If I take my mouse over here, the root is slash blog slash cooking, and if I take my mouse over here, you will see the root is blog slash how can you make the most of the finance. So you can see the routes are dynamic now, and if I click I will get redirected, but I don't have that route, that's why I'm not getting anything. And this is the animation that I'm getting. So with this actually we are done with our latest blog. And if I actually show you how this look in the smaller screens by just resizing the window, so this is how this look in mobile screens. And now I have this trending block section as well over here. So now let's work on this trending blocks in order to show trending blocks over here, which will be the maximum 5 trending blocks instead of just trending blocks text over here. So let's work on that. Okay, so now let's work on our server.js in order to create a trending blocks route where we can make requests from the front end in order to get the trending blocks. So just below after the latest blocks, I will make another route, and that will be a get method, and the route will be a slash trending blocks like this, and it will run a callback with the request and a response. So inside here I will do the same that I did for the latest blog, but here I was selecting the blogs and sorting it with the published at, which is the published date. But here I will sort it according to the their read count and the like count, so that I will get the blog which has the most read and the most like at the top, and then the lower will be below of that. So I will do here, I will say blog dot find to find the blogs, and I will just say that find the blogs whose draft is false, which means they are published. So give me that, and I want to populate the author here as well. So I will say author key to populate the author details. And actually, instead of typing the key fields, I need the same field. So let me just copy this string and paste it over here like this. I need the profile image, the full name, the username, and I don't need the ID. So after the populate, I will say sort to sort this data. And on what basis I want to sort? I want to sort on activity dot total underscore reads. So if I come with an object which has this total reads count, which is a number. So basically right now I have 10 blocks and all of them has total reads 0 because I'm not updating it right now because I don't have any block page to read. So that's why all of them are 0. So even if I do the sorting, you won't see anything and you will get the latest blog result because a later blog and this will be getting sorting just basis of this publisher because the total like and the rate will be 0. But if you want to see the sorting, you can come over here and just click on the number and change the 0 to whatever number you want, and you can do this manually. For now I'm not doing it because I know that there is no issue, but if you want to test that, you can do that. So what I was basically saying is I want this total read, so I have to access it using this activity because it is inside this activity object. So I have to say this activity dot total read in order to access that total read key, and after that I will just pass a value of -1, which means give me the largest value first and then go to the smallest. And I will do the same over here. So for the like, so I will say activity dot total underscore likes, make sure you spelled everything correctly, and I will just say -1 to get the most liked blog first, and at the end I will say published at, and I will just say -1 to get the latest blog. So now after once we get the sorting done, I will select some inputs from the blog, and those are the blog ID, title, and I just need the published at, like what time it was published, and I will just remove the ID by saying negative minus underscore ID, and I don't need the banner because in the small or the trending blog I don't have any sort of banner. If I come to my project, you can see in the trending blog I have 010203 instead of the banners of the blog. So that's why I don't want to retrieve the banner. Now I will set a limit of this search. I will set that I want at most 5 trending blocks, and I don't want to add pagination over here. So I do not need to create the max limit variable over here. I can just say it 5. Now after that, just catch the blocks response in this dot then, and I will just call the data to blocks, and I will just return from here with a response of status 200. And why it is not giving me error? Because I have the P here. So yeah, and with the status 200 I will send a JSON which will just contain the blocks with the blocks key. Great. And since I'm using dot then, I have to use dot catch in order to catch any error, and if we got any error I will return with a return a response with a status of 500, and the JSON that I will send will have an error key, and the error will be error dot message like this. So save this, and it will work. So if I, instead of making request to latest blog, if I make request to trending dash blogs, and if I click send request, you will see I got a status of 200 and I'm getting 5 blogs object over here. And now this time I am only getting the blog ID, title, and the author detail. I'm not getting the description and the tags and all that stuff because I don't need that in my trending blog. So now I can work on my trending blog card. So let's just go to the home page, and let me copy this fetch latest blog function again and paste it right here. And instead of calling this fetch latest blog, let's call it fetch trending blogs, which will make request to trending blocks, and once it gets those blocks, I will store those blocks in another state which I will call trending blocks instead of set blocks. So I will say set trending blocks for the set function, and by default this will be null also. So once I've got this, instead of running the set block to set this data into the state, I will say set trending block. So whenever I get the data from this trending block, I will just call set trending block to set the data to this trending block state. And now make sure you call this fetch trending block whenever the website completes rendering inside this use effect. So this will just make a request to the backend, and it will give the get the data, and it will store that data to this trending block state. So once we get that state, what I can do is I can come over here, and instead of rendering this h1, I can render that trending block. So I will just remove it, and I will make a curly bracket, and inside it I will write the same condition that I wrote here. So just let me copy it and paste it over here, but this time this won't be blocks, it will be trending blocks. So I will check whether or not trending block is null. So if I don't have any blocks in my trending block array, then I will render the loader. But if I have any, then what I will do, I will loop through this trending blocks array, and I will get the block data, and then I will return an animation wrapper which will have the same duration and delay and the key. But this time, instead of returning the blog postcard, what I will return is I will return minimal blog post, and this minimal blog post is the component that we need to create. So if you go to the components, you will see that I have here a no banner blog post dot component, which is the minimal blog post card, and we will create the component over here. So let's create the component over here. So make a const, and we will make a functional component which we will call minimal blog post like this, and this will return for now an h1 saying trending blog card over here. And make sure you export this as a default component like this. And since I have this component now I have to rewrite it so that it will import it itself like this, and now it won't give me any error. So what this I am doing is I'm just doing the same, but instead of rendering the blog postcard, now I'm rendering minimal blog postcard, which obviously don't have access to the blog. So we will do the same by creating the props and by making the JSX inside this. But before that, let's see whether or not I'm getting this. So if I come over here and refresh, well, you won't see it because we don't have that trending button over here. So I have to go to the mobile screens over here. So if I click on the trending block, now you'll see I got this trending block card over here. And if I click on the home, I got this home route where I have the latest block. And if I go to the trending block, I have this trending block card over here. So let me actually stay in this mobile screen view so that I can work on it. So now what I can do is let's add some props over here, and the props that I need is one will be the blog and the second will be the index. I will use this index prop in order to decide what index data I have, so that I can give 01, 02, 03 in the beginning of the card, and I need this blog in order to set the blog card. So let me pass these two values over here. So I will say blog, and for the blog I will just pass this blog whatever I get, and in the index I will pass the index of this blog. So I will just say I, and that will just pass it as index. So now you can come over here, and instead of returning an h1, now let's work on our HTML. And actually before that, let me destructure the blog component first. So let me come over here, and let me say make a variable inside the curly brackets. I will destructure it later, just set it equals to blog. And what fields I want to destructure? Well, I want to destructure the title, I want to destructure the blog ID, so that whenever I click on the card, I will redirect the user to the blog page. And I will do the same that I did for the postcard. I will rename the blog ID to ID like this, so that I can access the blog ID by just calling this ID instead of blog underscore ID. and I have to destructure the author as well. So I will say author, and from there I want to destructure the personal info. So I will type personal info, and from personal info I need full name, username, and profile image like this. So just set it equals to the blog. And the other thing that I want is I want the publish at time, and let me just enable my word wrap like this, and let's just save this. Okay, so now instead of rendering the h1, let's make one link component like this, and make sure you import this as well over here. Import curly brackets link from react.dom, and the reason I'm adding the link over here is the same for the blog post, because I want to redirect the user to the blog page when the user click on this card. So over here in the to prop you can give the same thing. You can say blogs slash you can do the same, the slash blog slash. So add a forward slash, and let me just remove this s from here and just pass the id in the curly brackets like this. And let's give some class name to it. I will say flex to have a flex box so that I can make the number and the information of the block side by side. And let's give a gap of 3 units, and not actually 3, just give it a 5 units, and set margin bottom of 4 units. Then I will create an h1 inside it, and I will say that this will have index as a content. So if I come and refresh over here, we will see I got 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Well, I don't want the numbering to start from 0. I want it to start from 1. So I have to actually add it. So I will say index over here, and I will say index plus 1 like this. So now if I refresh, actually this is redirected me to the I clicked on it, so it redirected me to the blog page. So let me just come to the home router again and go to the trending blog, and now you will see the numbering is starting from the 1, 2, 3, and 4. So now I have to check over here whether or not the index is less than 10, because if the index is less than 10, I want to add a 0 before the number, and if it is greater than 10, then I don't want to add anything, because I want 2 digits instead of 1 digit. So what I can do here is I can say index is less than 10, and if that is true, so I wrote a condition index is less than 10, and if that is true, in that case I will say 0 plus index plus 1. And what I will do is in the else block I will say if it is not true, in that case I will just return the index. So now if I come over here, you will see I got 001, 011, 02, and that's the reason, because I have to put this inside bracket, otherwise this string concatenation will interfere with this maths. So now it should return me 01, 02, 03, as you can see over here. So now let's style this a little bit. So give it a class name, and let's say blog index, and again this blog index is a custom CSS that I have inside the index.css, so you don't have to write the classes for this. Just save it and you will get the styles that you want like this. If you want to change the styles of the custom classes, you can just go to the index.css and change the classes over there, or you can just give the classes class names over here instead of just giving the blog index. So after the h1 I will render one div, and inside that div I will create another div, and this div will again be a container for the icon and the name of the user, and the profile image, the name, and the user name. So what I will do is I will just copy this whole thing from the blog post component. I will paste it over here instead of writing them again, and I will just save it, come over here, and if I save, go to my trending blogs, you will see that I'm getting errors, because again I don't have access to this get data, get day. So let me import that, import get day from common date. And now in the trending blog you will see that now I got the user icon, profile, and the name and the username and the date it was published. So after this I can just need the title. So what I will do is after this I will add one h1, and in the class name I can give it to have a block title class, and it will just render title in it. So just save that and you should see the title. Yeah, you can see I got the 01 for the first blog, and it is looking like this. So that's great. Actually, I think I should give the margin bottom to 8 instead of 4 because I want some space over here. Yeah, now this look good. So this is our trending block component, and since this tab will be only visible to the smaller screens, this is how this website will look in the smaller screens. And if you want to go to the blogs, you can just click on the home and you will get the latest blogs. So now let me close this so that I won't see that trending blog over here. But what I want now is I want a sort of a filter in the right side, and below that I want the trending blocks again, because over here in the desktop version user can't see the trending block, so I have to create the trending block over here. So before that, let me just create the uh, tags, and then I will work on the trending block in the below. So to create the filters and the trending block section now, let's work on this div. So before working on this, let's give some class name to this div, and let's just say a minimum width of 40%. So the flexbox won't affect its width, and it will have at least a 40% of minimum width. And then I will say on the larger screen, the minimum width will be 400 pixels, and the max width will be minimum. So I'm just giving these properties in order to set the minimum and the maximum width of this. Otherwise, the flex box that this section has will affect this div's width. So after this, give a border of 1 pixels, and actually not one, left, so that we can have border on the left side, and give a border of gray color. Set padding left to 8 unit and padding top to 3 unit, and say maximum medium hidden. And this class basically mean maximum till medium, which means from smaller screen to till medium screen, we should have this class which is hidden. So it will be hidden on smaller screens, but it will be visible on medium and the larger screens. So over here now I can create one more div, and this div will contain the filters. So I can give class name here, I can say flex, and I can say flex call in order to get the flex column like this, and I can give a gap of 10. So this div basically what it will contain is it will contain the stories, and it will contain these buttons. So inside it, let me make an h1 like this, and I can type here anything. So I'm just typing stories from all interests, and let us give some style. So let's just say font to be medium width, and text will be of Excel size, and the margin bottom will be 8 units. So if I save it and come over here, let me refresh, you will see that this is the right side div, and I have this border on the left, and I am getting this h1. Now I need the tags over here. So before creating the tags, now let me just create the trending block section over here, and then we will create the what we call the tags after we create the trending block. So after this div where the flex this flex box, after this div make another div, and this div will contain the trending block. So over here I will create an h1, and this will basically say trending. And now I need a trending icon over here. So before giving the icon, let me just style it. So give it a class name, let's say it to have a font of medium width, text will be of exercise, and the margin bottom will be of 8 units. And now after the trending, I can give the trending icon. So let's go to the flat icon over here, and let me search for, let me say graph. I don't know what it called, so let me search for the graph, and actually it is something like this. I don't remember it correctly. Graph up, uh, here it is the icon that I need. So it is arrow trend app, yeah, up, yeah. So just copy this I tag and come back to the React code and paste that I tag over here and just change the class to class name. And I don't think so I do need to provide any class name. So if I come over here, you will see that now I got the trending h1 with the icon, and I have the stories from all interest over here. So now I can just render or create the trending blocks over here. And to do that, I don't need to do anything actually, because I already have done this over here. So let me just copy this and paste it over here to create the same minimum blog post component that I'm creating on this trending blog route. So if I save this, you should see the trending blocks over here like this. You can see I'm getting all of the trending blocks, and I'm getting the latest blog. Now I just need to work on the stories. So for that, not stories, the filter. So for that, make a div over here and give this div a class name. Let's call it flex, and give a gap of 3 units and say flex to be wrapped so it won't overflow and everything will be wrapped. And over here, what I will do is I will map through an array in order to create the tags or the categories or the filters. So how can I do that? So for that, I will come at the top of this home page component. I will create a variable here. Over here, I will say let categories equal an array, and here I will define what or how many filters I want, and then I will loop through this array to get that text from that array, and I will take that text and put it in the button HTML in order to create a button out of it. So what sort of categories I want over here? One is programming, then I have Hollywood, then filmmaking. You can type anything you want. I'm just giving these as a filter. Social media, cooking, technology, finances. Actually, instead of giving technology, let me give tech, because while creating the blog, I have given tech in blogs as a tag instead of technology. So I won't be able to get them if I use the technology key over here. So after this finances, I need one more category, that is travel. So this is the array which has all the categories that I want to show in as a filter. So now I will just loop through this categories array over here like this dot map, and now I will get the individual category and the index of that category, and I will return a button over here with that category. Let me make it inside a curly bracket, and let me give it a key, otherwise it will give me error, right? And now let's style it. So let's give it a class name, and let's say it to have a tag class, and just save it. So if I come over here, I should see those as tags over here. Now you can see, now I am getting the programming, Hollywood, filmmaking, all of them as a tag, and everything is working, but the styles are not correct. So why is that? Let me see. Actually, I have to give some, I guess, margin bottom over here. Actually, what you have to do is cut this and make another div, and inside that div paste this. So what it will do is this div will contain the stories from all the interest part, and I will remove this closer, which is the close of this div, and I will have this div which will contain the trending block. And now I will close the main parent div, which is this flex call gap. And what I just did is, actually, let me format the document so I can tell you better, is I have this main parent div which has this flexbox column, so that I can align use the flexbox property by just having the layout in the column way. So if I just collapse this, you will see that I don't have anything left. So that means inside this I have the trending block and the filter, both component, and after that I have this one div which contains the story from all interest and the category part. So if I collapse this, you will see that they are gone, but I still have this trending. Let me just remove this. So I still have trending, which means this trending is outside this div, and I have another div which contains the h1 and the trending blocks. So make your structure like this, and if I come over to the website now, the styles should be good. Yeah, the styles are correct now. Now what I want is whenever I click on it, it should change the state of the page, and then it should load the blog according to that tag. So how can I do that? First of all, I have to check for the click. So for that, I have to add on click event to it. So I will say on click, and once it get click, I will say load blog by category, and this is a function that we don't have, so just copy it, and whenever we click on the button, it will call this load blog by category. So just copy this function name, and let me create this function over here, and for now it will just console log me clicked, so we will know that it is getting clicked. So if I open my console and let me just come over here, so if I click on the programming, it you can see in the console I got the clicked, which means it is working. That's great. Now what I want is instead of just logging it, I will first access the event so that I can access the button. And what I will do is I want the text from the button. I want to what sort of button is being clicked. So I will say let category equal e dot target to get the button, and to get its inner text I will say inner text to get the text, so that what it will do, if I click the programming button, it will return me programming, and if I click the button with the, let's say, travel in it, so I will get the travel as a text. So once I get that, I will call to lower case a method in order to lowercase the string, and that way I will know that this is the category that I got and the user has clicked on this category. So once I get this, what I will do is I will set the blocks to null. And actually what I'm doing here is I'm setting the blocks to null, which means that by calling set block, you are setting the blocks state to null, which means whatever the latest block we had, it will just remove everything and it will go back to this null. And once we go to the null, now I need to make request to the backend in order to get the category wise data in order to render it, but we don't have any domain right now, so we will do it later. But right now what I will do is I will change the page state. And what is page state? For that, first of all, let's just create a state. So make a let over here, and I will call the state page state, and the set function will be set page state, and just set it equals to use state, and by default it will be home. So what it does this mean is the page state will tell you what state I am currently in. So by default it will be home, which means it will give me the latest blocks. But when I will change the page state, I will change this home to the category, and that category then I will use to get the data, and I will use the page state in order to like retrieve the data from the backend and to show it. So just update that page state over here by just saying if page state is equals to category, not categories, category. So this condition is just telling you if the current page state and the category, which means the button you clicked, are the same, which means you are clicking on the filter again after clicking it, so which means you are deselecting it. In that case, I want to change the page state to home back, so I will say set page state to home like this, and I will return from the function like this. And at the end, if the page state is not equals to category, which means you are selecting one category or one filter, in that case I will say set page state to that category like this, not categories, it should be category. And if I save it, well, you won't see any changes, because even if I refresh, you won't see anything. And if I click on, let's say, tech, you will see that I'm getting the home, and I'm getting the loader, because if I come in my this condition, you will see that if the block is null, it will render me the loader. And since I'm setting the blocks to null, that's why I'm getting this loader. And if I click on the tag again, now it is a home page, but I'm not seeing anything. So first of all, let make the visual changes, which means if you click on the button or any category, it will turn into black color, and if you click on it again to deselect it, it will turn back into the normal grayish color. So let's first do that, and then we will work on other things. So let's come to this button here, and in the class name let me add curly brackets because I need to write JavaScript over here, and after tag I will add a space, and in the plus I will add some value that I will get from the condition, and that value is if the page state is equals to the category, which means the page state is equals to the category text, in which means I want it to be selected. In that case I will return this class, which is bg black and text white, because I want the background to be black and the text to be white. But if the page state and the category are not same, then I will just return an empty string. So if I save that and come over here, you will see nothing changed. But if I click on tag now, since the tag is active, you can see I'm getting the black background and white text. But if I click over here to deselect it, it got removed. So if I refresh it again, I can select it and it will change the visual, the UI of the button. I can select any category that I want and I can deselect it to go to the back to the home page. And now notice if I go to my projects, if I click on technology, you will see that this got changed also. And if I go to finances, this got also changed. So how can I do that? So to do this, what I will do is I will come over here where I am creating the in-page navigation, and instead of saying a static text which is home, I will say page state like this. So this page state just stores the value of the state, and by default it is home, so by default it will render you home. But whenever you change the page state by changing or selecting or deselecting the categories, then the page state will change, and that will change the in-page navigation. So if I come over here and refresh, you will see that I am getting this home. If I click on the tag, you will see now I am on the tag. If I click on filmmaking, now I am on filmmaking. If I click on travel, I am on travel. But you will see that the HR is not updating, even though the button is updating, the text of the button, but the HR is not updating, because you can change the text of this, but the HR will only update when you click on the button. So you can see once I clicked on it, the HR got changed. So when you change the page state, you actually have to click on this button virtually through JavaScript. So let's do that first. So how can you do that? So in the use effect, what I will do is instead of having an empty array, I will say page state. So whenever the page state changes, it will run this use effect and we will run these functions. But I don't want to run the fetch latest blog and trending blog every time the page state change. So what I want is, first of all, I want the latest blog to only run when the page state is back to the home value. So for that I have to say if page state equal home. So if page state is equals to home, then only I will run the fetch latest blog, otherwise I won't run the fetch latest blog. And what I want is I will check for another condition here, if, and because I don't want to render or fetch the trending blog every time the page state change, so I will check whether or not the trending blog state, which is this over here, is null, because at start this will be null. So if this is null, then only I will fetch it. Once it is an array, I won't fetch any more trending blocks. So I will say if trending blocks, and I can just add an exclamation over here, which will just tell you that this is a null. So if it is null, it will return you false, and that false converted into true because of this explanation, and then only I will run this fetch trending block. So by doing this, what we have is, you will see I am on the tag, but if I deselect it, I will go back to the home page, and now I will get the latest block again. I can go to filmmaking and you will see the loader, because I don't have any blocks right now. But if I deselect the category, I will still get the latest block like this, which means our use effect is working perfectly. Now what I wanted is, I want to update this HR by just clicking on this button virtually. And how can I do that? For that I need the button reference. So if I go to my in-page navigation, which you will find over here, like this active tab reference and active tab reference and the line and the tab. Well, I just need the active tab reference because this has the reference of that button. So how you can access this active tab ref in the home page? Well, you have to export this, but you can't add export inside the conditional functional component to export this active tab. So for that, what we will do is I will just remove this export, and actually I will remove this let variable also, let keyword, and I will add export at the top. I will say export let, and then I will name the variable names over here, and I will make a duplicate and I will say active tab ref. So I have created the active tab line ref and the active tab ref, and I'm just setting its equals to use ref hook in the in-page navigation, which should not give me any error. And this export basically should give me the access to this active tab ref. So if I am getting this active tab ref as an export, I can import it over here. So let me do that first. So let's say import active tab ref from in-page navigation component, and now I have the access of that reference. So once I get that reference, what I will do in the use effect is I will say active tab ref dot current in order to get that button dot click on that button. So if I just save this and come over here, if I go on filmmaking, now you will see that the HR is updating, because when you are clicking on this, it is changing the page state, and once the page state is changing, it is calling the use effect, and in the use effect you are clicking on the button virtually. So if I click on the finances, the HR is changing, the social media, programming, cooking, tech, travel, everything, like everything is whenever you are selecting any category, it is changing the HR because it is clicking on the button. But if I click on the page state again, which is this tag again, it will just give me the latest blog by default because I'm back to the home page. So now let's work on our categories route in the server, and then we will make requests from the front end to the server in order to get the data from there, and then we will render those blocks here. So now let's work on our server to make a search blog route where we will filter our block data to get the data according to the filters or the categories. For that, make server dot post, because we will make a post request to this route, and in the request we will send what category or what tag of blocks we want, and the route will be search blocks. I'm calling it search blocks instead of filters, because this route we will use for now to filter the home page data, but we will use this route for the search page and the user profile, both of them. So we will use the same route for all of them. That's why I'm just giving this search block in order to search the or filter the block from the data. So whenever you make a post request to this will run a callback with a request and response. And what I want to do over here is I want to first retrieve the data from the request. So I will destructure it like this, and I will set it equals to request dot body. Okay, and for now, since from the home page I'm making request to this search block, I will just send the tag from there, and this tag just means I want to filter the block according to this tag. Okay, so now once I get the tag from the body of the request, what I can do, I can say let find query. I will make a variable and I will set it equals to a query. We will write a query over here that we can pass to our Mongos in order to search the blocks data. So the query that will be, it will be like this: an object with a tags key, and it will hold a tag value. So this tags key represent our whole array of tags, and just passing the tag value that we got from front end basically just means that if the tags array include this tag, then we need the document. So this is the first parameter mean, first key mean, and then the second key that I want to say is draft false, which means I only want the published blog, not the draft ones. And then I will just save it like this because I just want to get the document based on the tag. And now once I have defined query, what I will do, I will make another variable, say max limit, in order to define how many of the blocks I want in my response. So I will just set it equals to 5 for now. And now we can make query using Mongo's data. We can run queries in order to get the data. So I will say blog dot find. I will say blog dot find in order to find the documents, and the query that I want to run is find query. And then once it get the blogs, I will populate them, and again I will do the same that I did. So actually what I can do is I can go to my latest blog and I can copy all of this code and I can paste it over here. So what I'm doing is I'm populating the author, retrieving its personal profile image, the username, the full name, but removing its ID. Then I'm sorting the data according to this published at time. And from the blogs, I am selecting the blog ID, title, description, banner, activity, and all that stuff. And then I am setting the limit to this max limit, which is 5 for now. So whenever we will get any blogs from this tag, we will get at most 5. And then once we are done by the queries, it will run dot then, and it will just return us a response with this blocks object. And if we got any error, we will just console log it. So this is the simple way we did it. And don't worry, in future in this part later in this video, we will make this a root for our user profile and for similar blocks and for search blocks. We will do all the block sorting over in this route, so don't worry about it. So once we have this, what I can do, I can check it. So let's go to request.rest, and instead of making get request to trending blog, now let's say post request to localhost 3000 slash search blocks, and I will say the content type will be equal to application JSON, and the data I want to send is tag, and the tag I will say is let's say cooking. So if I say tag is cooking and I send the request, well, I got an error. I have to make this in quotes. Now let's send the request, and now you can see I have sent a cooking tag, and from there I got blocks, and this blocks is an array which contains 1, 2 and 3 object, because we only have 3 blocks containing this tag cooking, although we have 10 blocks in my database, but I am only getting this 3 blocks because they have the tag cooking. Because if you expand any of these, you will say in the tags array I have cooking over here, and if I expand the another blog object, you will see that I have cooking in the tags array as well. And you will see that I have this test tag in these blog as well. This test tag I have given to all 10 of them. So if I just pass here test instead of cooking and send the request, you will see now I will get 5 requests, 5 blocks, because I have a limit of 5. But if I remove that limit, I will get all of the blocks, because all of them has this test tag, which means our search block is working. So now we have to just make the request from the front end in order to get the data according to the filter or the page state. So let's do that. So let's go back to our React code, and in the use effect here, where you are checking for page state is equals to home or not. So what you can do is you can add a else block. So what that means is, if the page state is equals to home, then we will fetch the latest blocks. But if it is not equals to home, then particularly, then it should be equals to something else, or it should be equals to some tag or filter. In that case, I will run fetch blocks by category function, and of course we don't have that. So just copy it and let's create this function just below this latest block. So I will just say const, and I will make a function quickly like this. And what I will do, I will just copy this Axios and I will paste it inside this blocks by category. And here, instead of making get request, I will say make a post request to not latest block but to the search blocks root, and what sort of data I want to send. So in the object I will say tag, and in the tag I will say page state. So this page state is the current active category, and the tag is the key that I want to represent this. And this is the data that I am sending to this route. And now if I just save this and come back to my website and refresh, and now if I let's say click on the cooking, because I know I have 3 blocks in cooking tag. So if I click on here, you will see now after done after clicking on cooking, this got changed to cooking, and now I have three blocks over here which has cooking included in them because all of them has the cooking tag. But if I uncheck the cooking category, now I will see all other blocks as well, like cooking, finance and the tag. So if I click on tag, I will get two tag blocks. If I click on finance, I will get finance. Actually it is finances, that's why it is not working. So if I just go over here and I'll say it finance instead of finances, and let me just refresh and check the finance, now you will see that I've got the finances. So that means our filter is working, but you noticed one problem, right? And what is it? Let me just add a s back over here, and let me just click over finance. Let me refresh. Let me click over the finances again. Now you'll see, if we don't have any blog in my database with the same tag that I'm currently checked on, or let's say I am clicking on filmmaking to see filmmaking blogs, but I don't have any blog related to this category, then I'm just getting this empty page. But instead I want to show an alert over here saying no data in the database or something like that. So how can I do that? For that, we will make another component and we will call that a no data message, and we will show that component anywhere where we want to show that we don't have any data to show the user. We will show that component instead. So let's work on that. So to make the no data message component, let's go to the folder view, and inside the components folder you will find a no data.component.jsx file. So just open that and let's create a component over here. So make a functional component and we will call this component no data message. And what this will function will do is basically this function will take a prop, and that prop will be message. So what message we want to show to the user, and make sure you export this as a default function. So let me do that here. Okay, so basically whenever you will create the no data, not S, it should be D. So whenever you will create this, you will pass the message prop to tell that this is the message that you want to show to the user, and basically then it will this component will basically return a div, and inside of it will have a p tag, and that p tag will be just this message that we pass from the prop. So we need to give some classes to the div, and these are some basic classes, so you don't need to worry about. So just say text center to make the paragraph in the center, and we will say cover the full width with the width dash full class, and give a padding of 4 units from all 4 direction, and give it a border radius of rounded full, which means the border radius will be 100%, and the background color, so for that give bg dash gray and add slash 50, which means bg gray is the background color that we want, and slash 50, which means the opacity of the background, which will be 50%, and also give it a margin top of 4 units. So this is basically what you need to do to create a no data message. Now how we will render this? So let's come to the home page, and basically what we will do is I will come over here in the blocks, and instead of just going and simply mapping, what I will do, I will check for condition here, and that condition will be blocks.length. So this blocks.length is basically telling whether or not do you have any sort of length. So if we have an empty array, then this will be false, and then if this is false, then we won't be able to map it, right? Because in empty array you won't be able to map. So in that case we will render the no data message. So let me indent it inside it and add a colon for the else case, and if we don't have block length, then I will render no data message and make sure import it. And while creating it, you have to give a message prop, and the message that I want to show is no blocks. Actually, let me give it as a string, no blocks published. And if I save that and come to my website, uh, go to here, if I click on filmmaking now, you remember I don't have any blog in my database with the filmmaking tag. So if I click on over here, now you will see that I got no blogs published instead of the blank page, just telling the user that we don't have any blog with this tag. So if I go on the programming, it will say no blog published because I don't have that. But if I go on tag, it will give me the blogs because I have some blogs with the tag as you can see over here. So this is how you can alert the user if you don't have any data. And if I click on the filter again, I will get back to the home root where I will get all of the blogs data. So instead, so what we can do is we can add this no data message to our trending blog as well. So if you don't have any blog in your database, then we won't be able to see this or this trending blog or the latest blog in the page, right? So in that case, we want to show this no data message. So let me just copy that, and we will add that condition over here as well. I will say trending blogs dot length to check the length of the array. So if we have any length in the array, then I will run the mapping function. If we don't, then I will render this no data message with a message no blogs found. Let me say no trending blogs, because it's a trending blocks, right? No trending blocks. And if I save, well, you won't see any changes because we do have trending blocks. But if I just come over here where I'm fetching the trending block, and if I just don't set my blog, and in the start I set my trending blocks to an empty array, then if I come to the website, you will see that it should see actually it is not giving me. Let's see why it is not giving me that. Oh, actually it is not giving me the, because the condition I have added is inside this in-page navigation, which means if I go in my mobile screen, then I will see the trending block over here. But in the desktop views, this component is different. So let me add that condition over here quickly again. So trending block dot length, if we have any length, then run this mapping function. If we don't, then run this no, then render this no data message with a message prop, and the message will be no trending blocks. And if I save it, now you should see an alert over here saying no trending block, which means our alert is working, and with this our home page is pretty much done. And actually let me just revert back the changes because I don't want it to be an empty array, right? So let me uncomment this, and this should work now. Yeah, now I got the trending block. So with this, we are done with our home page. We just have to work on pagination so that if I'm getting only 5, although I have 10, I should see a load more button at the bottom to click on it so it can load more blocks. So let's work on that. So to work on the load more functionality or simply the pagination functionality, we have to first change our data structure. And what do I mean by that? So basically for right now, this block state or the trending block state is like this. So if you talk about the block state is simply an array which contains object like this, right? And individually all these objects represent one block. But for the pagination, we won't be able to do this by simply this data structure because it will not be easy for us to track the current page and the total number of data we got and what data we need. So we will change this data structure to new data structure, which will be equals to this, where the block state will be equals to an object instead of an array, and this object will contain a keys, some keys. So the first key it will contain, it will have a results, and that result will be equal to an array that will contain the blocks as a individual object. So you can see whatever we have here right now, we want to store that inside a results key inside this object, which will be this blocks state. And other than this results key, I need one more key which will be the page, and this page will basically tell what page I am currently in. So by default, when we will make the first request, the page will be 1, and then we will make second request to the server, the page will get updated to 2, and then 3, and then 4, and so on. So this will be a number that will keep track of the current page. And then we need another key that will be total talk, or you can say total talks, and this will be a count of how many documents I have in my document. So in my database, so for example, if I am talking about the latest blogs, I have 10 blogs in my database. So I will make a request in my server and retrieve the information that how many of the blogs, latest blog I have in my database, and that will be 10. And at the start I will only get 5 blogs from there, so the page will be 1. So if I say now, then 10 minus 5 is not equals to 0, which means I have some blogs data still left. Then I will make another request, and this will get updated to 2, and the data array will get 5 more. So now it will be of 10 length. So now if I check that 10 minus 10 is not equals to true is false, so I will not make another request, and the page will be just 2 at most. So for that we need these 3 keys. I hope you understood that the reason we need to change the data structure from this to this. Actually, let me remove this. So this will be our data structure that we need to work on. So let's work on that first. So now if I come to my fetch latest blog, instead of just making a get request to the latest blog, because now I have to send the page key to the latest blog in order to get the data of the second page or the third page. Now I have to change the get request to post request, and in the props I have to accept one prop or the parameter, and that will be page, and by default this page will be equals to 1. And if we don't provide the page, by default the page will be 1, and we will send 1 to the backend on this latest blog route to get the first page of this latest blog section. And I will send the page as a body. So page just simply means page equals to page, and this page is just equals to this parameter. So we need to do these much of changes. So you can see now that now I am making a post request to latest blog, and in the body I am sending this page, which is by default equals to 1. And instead of setting the blog data over here right now, what I will do, I will just console.log the data that we get from the backend, because we need to convert this array that we get from the backend into the object that I just showed you over here, right? So you can't make post request to this data blog, latest blog, just like this, because if I come to my server, let me close this. If I go to my server.js, you will see that I have this in a get method. So I have to change that into post so that I will receive a post method, and over here I will destructure it to receive the page from the request.body so that I can fetch or retrieve the page from the request. Now what else we need to change here? What we do want to do is, after the select, we need to run one more query, which is dot skip. And this dot skip method is a mongoose method, and it lets you skip the document. So if you pass over here like 5, and since we have max limit 5, so what it will do, it will pass the 5 documents that it will get, and then it will continue from the 6th document. So if I have 10 documents in my database, then it will skip the first 5, and then it will start from the 6th. And since I have max limit, it will go from 6 to 10 in order to give me those documents. So I can't just type a static number over here. I will calculate the skip documents according to this page that we get from the front end. So what I will do here, I will say that page minus 1. So basically what I'm saying is, whatever the page is, subtract the 1, subtract 1 from it, and just multiply it with the max limit we have. So basically from the front end, by default we will send page equal 1, and if I evaluate that value over here, so the 1 minus 1 is equals to 0, and 0 multiply max limit, which is 5, is equals to 0, which means at first when we make a request, this skip value will be 0, so we won't skip any document. But then if I click on load more button from the front end to make another request with page 2, then in that case this will be 2 minus 1, which is 1, and 1 multiply max limit, which is 5. So 1 multiply 5 is equals to 5, which means it will skip the first 5 documents. So it will start from the 6th, because we already have 1 to 5 in our front end, so I only need the 6th and 7th and 8th and so on documents. So that's why over here you have to say page minus 1. So I hope you understood this part. So if I just save this and over here, if I just console log the data and open my console to see whether it is working or not, okay, it is giving me error saying pages is not defined. So just go to the use effect, and in the fetch latest block you have to provide the page value. So just say page equal 1 like this, or actually remove the brackets and actually just remove everything, and come over here, remove this as well. So if you remove those curly brackets, this won't create any issue. And if I just refresh, you will see that in the console I got a block which has this 5 uh, objects, which is the block. So if I just open and show you the first block over here, you will see that if this block ID is cooking with a top-notch kitchen. So you can see that this is the block over here. And if I just change the by default value of page 1 to page 2, and now if I make the request, you will see that now if I check the block that I got, you will see that the first element of this array is 10 easy step of mastering, and the first element of this is cooking with a top-notch kitchen. So you can see the block data is changed because these are the top first 5 documents, and these are the documents from 6th to 10th in my database. So that means our skipping of the document is working. Now we just have to render this over here, and we have to first format our data in that data structure where we'll have the page information, the result, and the total doc. So let's do that first, and then we will set it equals to the block state so that we can render it again. And how can I do that? So first of all, remove the console log. Over here I will make a variable, and I will call it formatted data, and this formatted data is will contain the format of the data structure that we need. And over here I will call a function that will take the data that we just received and convert back and return us a new data structure which will have the result and the page and the total doc information. So before doing that, let me just uncomment it because I don't have that function over here. So first of all, let's create that. So just open your folder view and go to your filter pagination data.js. You can find this inside the common folder. So open that, and we need to code that function over here which will take the data as a parameter, and it will just restructure it and return back to the as a value. So over here make a functional component, and let's call it filter pagination data, and make it like this, and also export this like this, because since this is not any JSX component, I'm not exporting this as a default component. So you can just add export, hit start, and this will work. Now this will take some of the props, and it will take a little bit. Now this function will take a little bit props in order to function. And what are these props? So the first prop it will take is create new array, and by default that will be false. So create new array basically means if we already have an array, which means this will be false if we are requesting for page 2, page 3, page 4, because in that case we already have the data structure stored in the set and state, and I just have to add the values, right? But if I don't have if I don't have an array or the data for the page 1, then I have to restructure the data. For that we will use this prop, and after this, and by default just set it equals to false, because for one time we have to provide it as a true, and then it will go to the false by default. Yeah, so after that we need a array parameter, and this array will basically will tell you that this is the array that we already have in our database. So actually you can say it you can say it, yeah, just say it array, or you can call it whatever you want, and the data is what you want to attach to the array. So basically this array is the previous data, this data is the new array that you got from the front end, from the back end, and this create new array just tells you whether or not you have to create a new data structure. You will get a better understanding when we will code it and execute it, so don't worry, just follow me. So the other thing that I want is page, because I have to add a page key in my data. So this page will just contain the information of current page, And then I need one more root, which is count root, one more parameter, which is count root. And this count root, what it will do, I will specify a count root whenever I will call this pagination function, so that this pagination function can make request to that root in the server and get the total document length. So suppose we have we are requesting for latest block, then this filter pagination will request to latest block slash latest block count root, where it will get all of the documents and it will just count them, and it will just give us the number, so that we can store that number inside the total docs key that I showed you earlier. And we don't have any count root set up in our server, so don't worry, we will set up that also. And after the count root, actually let me correct that correctly, count root, the other parameter that I need is data to send, because sometimes you need some data to send to this count root in order to count it, because in the categories filter you need to send the tags in order to get the total documents of that specific tag, right? So in that case we need to provide the tag to this filter pagination so that it can retrieve the correct information of total documents from the server. So for now we just need these parameters in order to work with this function. So inside it I will just make a variable and I will call it object, and I'm just calling it object because remember the main, it will be an object and it will contain keys which will be results and page and the total log. So for that I'm creating object, and I will check for a condition over here, and I will say if array is not equals to null, which means we have something in our previous data. Okay, by default if I am making request for page 1, then the array will be null, so this won't line this condition. And if we line this condition, that just means we already have page 1 and now we have to go to the page 2 or page 3 or whatever page you want. And I will just add to and sign over here to say this condition should be true, and the condition that I will write now, that should also be true. So I will say here create new array should be false, so I want to check for the false, so I have to add exclamation over here, so it will convert the false into true. So what this condition is basically saying is if I don't want to make a new array, and if I already have a previous blog's data, then I will go inside this condition and I will just set the object equals to this object, and this object will first destructure the array, and basically this array is the object. And actually instead of calling this object array, let me call it state, because this is your previous state that you have. So let me call this state. So I'm just setting the object equals to the previous state because we already have that state. And what I will do is I will say that I will change the keys of that state, which will what I want to change is the results. And in the results I will say, first of all, destructure the state dot results, so which means whatever results we already have had, destructure that, and then at the end destructure the new data, which is this data property. And after this I will just add a page, and this page will be basically the page key, so I can add page like this, and this will be the page key. And you don't need to change the total docs key over here, because if we already have the state in our front end or in the React state, then we already have the information of total documents, so you don't need to change that every time. And actually this will be a little confusing at start, but just code with me and I'm sure you will get it when I will show you how it is working. So in the else block, where I'm saying that we are checking for so over here I'm checking for state is not equals to null, which means I already have this type of data structure in my state. But what if I don't have anything in my data structure? Because you see by default the state is null, so it won't line this condition because this state is saying not null, and this will get false then. So if the state is by default null, in that case I have to create I have to create this data structure. So for that, what I will do, I will make Axios request. So I will import the Axios, and I will make a post request to import .meta .n .wait underscore server underscore domain and the route that it will make request to, it will be the count route, because I need to make a request to this count route in order to get the information of total documents we have in our database. And obviously this Axios will take some time in order to process, so therefore I have to convert this function as a asynchronous function, so I can await over here on this line. And in this count route, if I'm making a post request, obviously I want to send some data. So whatever data I want to send, I will say data to send over here, and I will just destructure it like this. Or actually you can just call just pass data to send, because it will be an object. And over here we will not give any headers for now. We will set the headers later when we need it. So once this Axios will get resolved, we will run a run, and it will get the data from the backend. So I will say data, and from the data I am interested in total docs key that we will work on the server. So don't worry. So when we get the total doc, what I will do, I will set the obj variable equals to an object, and this object will contain key results, and it will have the data that we get from the front end. And actually just type data over here, because data is an array that we will provide. And then the page will be by default 1, and the total docs will be equals to this total docs. And now if we got any error, just to add a catch block for that, so I will just console.log the error like this. And if I save, and actually I just have to return the object like this. So make sure you await over here in the Axios request, otherwise you won't be able to return this object. Otherwise once this Axios will finish, you have already returned the object. So make sure you add the await over here. So our filter pagination data is pretty much done. Now we just have to call this in order to convert the received array into an object with results key and the page keys and the total docs key. So what I will do is I will go back to the home page, and over right here I will uncomment this, and I will set it equals to format, not format, what it was a filter pagination data. So filter pagination data, and make sure you import that as well. So just call this function and pass an object inside it, and now we will provide all these uh, parameters values over here. So for the state, I have to say what state I want is this block, so I will say blocks like this. And then in the data I have to provide what data I want to send. So you will see in there I have the state. So if the state is null, it will go over here and retrieve the information of total documents in the database. And this data is what the data we received from the backend over here. So just say data, actually not data dot blocks, because data is an object and dot blocks is the key. Data is an object, contains the blocks key, which is an array. So say data dot blocks, and in the page you can say 1, which actually not 1, whatever the page value we have over here, say that. And then I have to say count root, and I have to pass this count root, but I don't have any count root. We have to give us a root over here where this filter pagination can make a post request to get the total documents, but I don't have that. And right now, so I won't be able to make any request. So the route that we will create in the server later is this route, which is all latest blocks count. And you can type this and it won't create any issue. And if I just uncomment this set block now, and instead of setting the data dot block, I will set the format data, and actually let me call it formatted data like this. And if I just save it, well, if I come to my website, you will see a lot of error because you can see that 404 not found. This all latest block count does not exist. That's why it is giving me a sort of error. But pretty much we are done with our React.js part. Now we have to go to our Node.js in order to work on the server to make the all latest blocks count root in order to get the count of all the documents. So let's go to the server, and just below the latest blocks I will make a server, and I will make a get request and get method, and the root will be all latest blocks count. And I am making a get method request, and actually not make a get, because if you come over here you will see that Axios is making post request to this count root. Whether or not you want to send anything, you still have to provide the post, and make sure you send you set it this data equal data to send to an empty object by default. Otherwise it will create an hassle because it will be undefined if you don't provide it from the function wherever you call it. So okay, so over here let's just change it to post, and it will run a callback with request and response as a parameter. So once I have a request over here, what I want to do is I have to say blog in order to access the blog collection, and to count the documents you have to just say count documents, and the count documents method is a mongoose method, and it lets you run a count query in the MongoDB in order to count the total number of documents. You just have to pass on what basis you want to count or filter the data, and the basis that I want to filter the data will be the same that I used to retrieve the data of the latest blog. As you can see in the find, I have passed this object saying give me all of the blog whose draft is false. So I will use the same condition over here saying give count all of the blogs which has the draft equal false, so that I will know that yeah, these much of the blogs I have in my database which are published. And then once I've got the count document, I will just say count uh, to access the count in the then block. And once I got the count, which is the number, I can just return a response with a status of 200, and the JSON that I will return will be total docs. Remember, I am saying it total docs because I am retrieving the total docs from the response, and therefore make sure this total docs and this total docs are correctly spelled, and this will be equals to the count, that is this count that we will get from the count documents method. And since it's a then, if we get any error, make sure you run catch that using this catch block, and just console log the error dot message if we get any. And what I will do, I will return a response with a status of 500, and I will say JSON, and the JSON will contain an error key with error dot message, just like this. So if I save, now I have this all latest blocks count root which I am passing over here, which means whenever you will run this filter pagination, this will have the all latest block count as a count root, and it will run this Axios, which will make a post request to that count root, and from there it will get the total log, and it will create a new object with the results, and it will equals to the data that we have got from the all from this root, the latest blocks. And then it will set the page equals to 1 because we are creating a new object, and then it will set the total doc equals to the data that we received from this all latest blocks count rule. So I hope now this is making sense to you. So if I just save this now, and before setting this set block, if I just console.log the formatted data over here, and actually let me make another console log, and actually let me cut this and paste it over let me just console log at the beginning, and let me say data dot blocks. So now you will see that this is the console, that this console will log our previous state data structure, and this console will log our current data structure. So if I come over here and refresh, now you will see that here I got this 1 2 3 4 5 elements, 5 items in an array. And the second console that I got is a promise which is pending, and this is because if you see in the filter pagination, it's an asynchronous function, which means it will take some time in order to get resolved. But before it is getting resolved, I am just setting the formatted data as a block, and I'm not actually waiting for this to get resolved. So I have to wait over here in order to get the resolve value from this function. So for that, just add await over here, and to make use the await, you have to convert this callback as a asynchronous function. So just add async at the start of this bracket. So this will convert it into asynchronous function. And now if I just refresh, you will see this is the data structure that we had before, that we were storing in our block state. And now this is the data structure that we have stored in our data structure. And now you can see we are currently on page 1, and the results we have is 5, which means our max limit is 5. And we have a total document which is saying 10, which means we have 10 documents in our database. From them I only have 5 right now, so I can make request to page 2 in order to get the next 5. So till here I guess you understood everything. If you have any doubt, feel free to ask me in the comments. I will be glad to tell you and clear your doubts. But I think you got a clear understanding of what we did basically. So now still, if you come over here, you will see that I'm not getting the blocks. It is just saying me no blocks published. And why is that? Because if I come to my code and come over here, you will see that I'm checking for blocks.length. But now, since blog is not an object, it's a not an array, it's an object. Now I can't check its length because it's an object, not an array. So I have to check blocks dot results, because you will see that the data that we want to render is the results. So I have to check dot results length, and I can't map through blocks because blocks is now a state which is an object. So I have to say blocks dot results to get the array from the block state, and then I want to map through it. So if I save it now and refresh and let me clear the console, now you will see that this is my current state data structure, and now I got my blocks. Now since I have the data structure set up, I can work on the load more button in order to whenever we will click on that, we can just change the page number to by 1, and then we can load the next 5 or 6 documents. So now let's work on that. So now let's work on the load more button. So for that, just come to this condition where we are mapping in our results in order to render the blog postcard. So what I will do is, once I am done with this query, which is this curly brackets, once I'm done rendering the cards, I will press enter and I will render one component, and that component will be load more data pgn. And this is, obviously we don't have this component right now, but basically this component will render the button where you can click in order to load more blocks. So what you can do is just open your folder view, and in the components you will find load more dot component dot jsx. So open that and let's make a function component. So make a const and let's name it load more data pgn, and let's make a functional component which will return something that we will write just in a moment. So make sure you export this as well as a default function like this. And if I save and come over here, let me rewrite it again so that the VS Code imported like this. And now you will see, now I'm not getting the red line. Okay, so we are done. Now what this button will take, this will take two props, and let's define it over here first. So it will take first of all the state, which will be the value of the state. So it will take the whole state, which for now it is the block state. So it will have the current value of it, so it can track the current page number and the current total document count and the current what you can say total number of blocks loaded. So for that we have to provide the state. And the second thing that we want to provide here is the data, actually fetch data function like this. And this fetch data function is basically we will give this a function so that whenever we need to fetch the data, for example, uh, we want to load more latest blocks, right? So we will pass fetch data function, we will pass this fetch latest block function, so that this load more knows whenever you will get clicked what function you have to call. It has to call this fetch latest block, and I am creating this as a prop because I want this load more data button in other places as well, like the search page, the profile page, and the similar pages, similar blocks. So I need this button like everywhere. So I need this fetch data function to be universal so that I can provide them while creating it. Otherwise, I have to create individual load more data button for all of those functions, right? So let me come over here and let me provide the value of those two props. So the state will be equals to the blocks because I'm currently working on the blocks pagination, and the second parameter is fetch data function, and that function will be fetch latest block. So this will be the function. So save that and come over here because we have to code a lot of things over here. So before returning, what I will do, I will check for some condition. So I will add if, and what I will check here, I will check state is not equals to null, and state dot total docs is greater than state dot results dot length. So basically what I'm saying here is the state is not equals to null, which means we have something in our state, which means the page one is already loaded. And then I'm checking state dot total docs, which means the total number of documents is greater than the results that we already have, which means if I have total documents in my database 10 and I already have 5 loaded, then this condition will be 10 greater than 5, which will be true. And in that case I want to run this, because if we have page one loaded, and if we have greater total documents than the result length, then we will render the button. Otherwise we won't render the load more button in order to load more data, because we don't have any sort of data to render, right? So for that I have added this condition. And if we have some data to load in our front end, what I will do, what I will return is, I will return a button, and this button will basically just say load more as a text, and I will add some classes to here. So I will add a class name to let's style to style it. So I will say text should be dark gray, padding will be 2 from all for direction, and in x direction I will say 3 units. And whenever we will hover to this button, I want the pg to go to the gray with 30% opacity, so add /30. And then I want the roundness, and then I want the roundness to be medium, so I will just say rounded md, and give it a flex, and just set its item center to have the align item center property, and give it a gap of 2 units, and just save this. So well, technically this is the load more button. Now what I want over here is I want to make a on click event to this. So whenever you will click on the load more button, what this on click function to do. So basically this on click function will run a callback, and in that callback I will run this function, which is this fetch data function. And the fetch data function will be different for different load more buttons. For this currently for this load more button, the fetch data function is fetch latest block, because we are making pagination for the latest block. So here I have to call this fetch data function, which will be representing you are calling the which will be similar to you are calling the fetch latest block. So you have to provide the props that the fetch latest block accept, which is this page. So over here you have to give pages to this. So what I will do is I will say page equal state dot page plus 1. So actually let me remove this, because I don't have to give it like this, or actually just convert it back to an object, so that instead of giving where it is, over here. Instead of saying state.page plus 1, it doesn't make any sense. So now if I just provide an object with a page key, now this will make sense, that yes, we are sending a page to this function. So over here, since I have converted this as an object, I have to pass page equal 1 over here where I'm calling this use effect, otherwise it won't work. So over here like this, and just save this. So basically what I did is, whenever I am clicking on this load more button, I am calling a callback which is just calling this fetch data function, and in this fetch data function I am passing this object with this page key, because this load which this fetch latest block takes an object with the page key, and the value of the page key that I am sending is the state.page, which is the current page, and I'm just adding 1 to it. So if I just save it and check whether or not it is working, and if I just refresh the website, and you should see that it is working. So you can see now I am getting this load more button at the end, because I have 5 more blocks in my database. So if I click over here, you will see after that I got 5 more blocks. You can see 1 2 3 4 5. So I got new 5 blocks, and now I have total 10 blocks loaded in my front end. So if I go at the end, you won't see the load more button, because now I don't have any other document left that is inside the database but is not rendered in the front end. So with this, the load more functionality is done. I hope you got the pagination functionality. It is little bit complicated. If you didn't got it, I recommend you to watch it again. If you have any doubt, feel free to ask me in the comments. I will be glad to answer those. So after this, one more thing left is, if I click on any of these categories, let's say in cooking, well, you will see I got an error, and this is because now I am checking in over here in the home page while creating the block cards. I am checking for blocks.result, but for the categories, if I come over here, the fetch blocks by category, it is still following the old data structure, which is simply an array. So the state is simply an array but not an object. So we have to convert this fetch blocks category same way that we converted this latest block, so that we can get this formatted data over here while setting the block. So let's do that. So over here what I will do is, after sending this tag, I will send a page also, and for that I have to create page over here as well. So I will say page equal, by default it will be 1, and make sure you create it as a object, so that whenever you will pass while calling this function, you will know that yes, you are passing a value of page. So what I want to do is, I want to send a page, and this will be a post request to this search blocks, and over here when it will get the data, what I want to do is just copy everything and paste like the like here. And since I want to wait for this filter pagination data, I will add async at the beginning to make this function asynchronous. Let me correct this spelling. So yeah, so make this asynchronous function, and let's change the value of these for filter pagination data. So the state value will be blocks, because we are saving the categories blog in the blog state. So it will be same, and the data will be data.blog, because from the backend I am receiving data.blogs, and the page will be this. But the count root this time will not be all latest block count, because I am not making a request to all latest block count, all latest block, but I am making a request to search block. So it has to be a search block count, right? So I have to say search blocks count, and we want to send the tag to this root in order to get the accurate number of documents, to accurate total number of documents. So if I come to my filter pagination, you will see that in the Axios you are making request to count root, but I am also sending this data underscore to underscore send as a body, and we have this as a by default as a parameter here. By default set equals to an empty object, so you can actually use that parameter. You can just say data to send, and you can provide the object over here that you want to send to this count root data. And obviously in this I want to send this filtration thing, which is this tag. Otherwise I won't be able to filter the blocks according to that tag, and I won't be able to get the accurate number of the total documents. So make sure you add the data to send with an object, and this object will contain the tag key, which is the page state. So if I just save it and come back, you will still get some errors. If I just refresh, you will not see any errors because I'm not calling the fetch by category right now. But if I click on any of the category, you will see a lot of errors because I am first of all not giving it a page. So let me give page over here, saying by default the page will be 1. And if I come over here and refresh again, click on any filter, now you will see error saying search blocks count is not found because we don't have that route in my server. So let's go to the server and let's code the search block count route. So over here, after this search block, press enter and make a server dot post method request, and we will make a post method request to search blocks count route, and it will run a callback with a request and response. Now inside it, we have to first get the tag from the request.body. So I will destructure it like this. I will make a let, and I will say tag equal request.body to destructure it from the body. And then I will do the same that I did over here. I will define a find query over here, and this will be equals to tags, which will be equal to tag, and the draft will be false because I need to check for the what do you call I want to check for the publish block, right? And then I will run block dot count documents method in order to count the document from the blocks collection. And the query that I want to check is I will pass the find query in order to count the documents. And once I am done counting the document, I will catch the count number in the then block, and I will just return a response with a status of 200 to the front end with a JSON which will have total talks as a key, and it will contain count as a value. And if we get any error, I will catch that using .catch block, and I will just console.log the error.message, and also I will return a response with a status of 500, and the JSON that I will send will be an error key with error.message. So if you save it, this will work. But I want to change something over here as well, because again I am working on the pagination side, right? So over here what I have to do is since now if I come to my front end, you will see since now I am sending this page also with the tag, I have to get the page over here as well, because again I will call fetch block by category function whenever I want to load the next count of the blocks, right? So for that I have to restructure the page over here, and I don't need to do anything. Instead just come after select, just say dot skip, and we will give the same mathematical equation over here that we gave for the latest block. I will say page minus 1 multiply with the max limit, and this will just say it to just will just tell how many document it has to skip according to the page number. And for the search blog, and to just test the load more functionality for this search blog right now, what I will do is I will change the max limit to 2, because I don't have 5 or 6 blogs with the same category, so I won't be able to show you the load more functionality if I just set the max limit to 5. So if I save this and come back over here, refresh, you will see that I'm not getting any error. But if I click on any of the category, let's say tag, you will see I got no error, and I'm successfully getting the blocks related to this tag category. But you will see I'm not getting any load more button because I don't have more than 2 blocks for this tag category. But if I go to cooking, which has 3 blocks, so you will see I only got 2 blocks, but now I got load more button to load the other blocks as well. And since I have only one, it will render only one, right? So if I click over here, you will see instead of rendering one, it rendered these blocks, and you will see that these blocks tag are also different. This is travel, this is test, this is test. These blocks tags are not cooking, but still I am getting those in cooking category. Why is that? Because if you come to the home page.jsx, you will see in the load more button you have given fetch latest blog as a fetch function. So whenever you will click over here, it doesn't matter you are you are on the categories page or you are on the home page or the home root, it will call the fetch latest blog in order to fetch the blogs, and we don't want that, right? So to instead of just calling fetch latest blocks every time you click on load more button, here I have to check for a condition saying if the page state is equals to home, then only I want to run this fetch latest block. Otherwise I will run fetch blocks by category. So for that, just add here a condition like this, and let me just remove this. I will say page state like this is equals to home. So if the page state is equals to home, then I will run fetch latest blocks. Otherwise, I will run fetch blocks by category, and let me enable my word wrap. And if I save this and come back over here and refresh, now let's see it is working or not. So if I click on cooking, I will get 2 blocks because the max limit is 2, but I have 3, that's why I'm getting load more. So if I click over here, now you will see that now I got the last block, that was the third cooking tag block. So now you can see the load more functionality, or you can say the pagination is working for the categories also. And if I uncheck it and go to the home root, which is the latest blocks, you will see I am getting the load more because I also have 5 more blog in my database. So basically with this we are done with our homepage. We have created our latest blogs over here with the load more functionality for the latest blog, and for the filters we have done the filtration and the trending blogs section, and this page is also responsive. So if you have any doubt, feel free to ask them in the comments. I will be glad to answer them. And with this we are actually done with our home page. So now let's work on our search page. Since our home page is done, now let's work on the search page. And before working on the search page, now let's work on this search input. So whenever the user click on the search input and type anything, let's say cooking, because I have a blogs related to cooking, and let's say user presses enter. Now I want the that user should redirect it to the search page where we can uh, sort or show the search results, just like we have in the project. Like if I type here cooking and press enter, you will see I am redirected to /search/cooking, where I am getting result of this query, which is cooking. And since I don't have any blog, it is saying no blog published. And on the right side I have this user related to this, where I am searching for users. So let's create this page in my project. So for that, let's open the navbar.component.jsx first. So in the folder view inside the component folder, just find the navbar.component and open that. And over here find the search input box. So this is the search input box, I believe, because the placeholder is search. So over here just add one event, and the event that I want to add is on key down. And whenever this get a key down, I will run handle search function. And obviously I don't have it, so I will copy it and I will make a function over here, and I will add e as a parameter to access the event so that I can access the input. So I will make a variable, I will call it a query, which will be the search query, and I will set it equals to e.target to get the target of the event, which is the input. And I will say dot value in order to get the value of that input. So once I got the value of that input, what I will do is I will say, I will check for a condition. I will say if e dot key code is equals to 13. And remember, e is the event, dot key code is the key that you that provides you the key code of the key that is pressed right now, and the 13 is referred to the enter key. So I am just checking for that the user pressed enter key or not. So if the user has pressed the enter key, and I will add two and sign to check another condition, and I will say if the query dot length, which means if we have something in a query, which means we have something in our search input field, then what I will do is I will navigate the user to actually let me correct it, navigate the user with the small and it is giving me error because I don't have use navigate setup over here, and you know how to do it, so don't worry, we will just do that in a moment. But over here what I want to do is I want to navigate the user to slash search slash, and in the dollar and the curly brackets inside it you can say query to redirect the user to slash search slash the query that user has typed, and make sure you use template letter, otherwise in the single quotes you won't be able to access a variable like this. And let's make this navigate so that I will not see that red line. So I will say let navigate equal use navigate over here, and once you use the use navigate, make sure you import use navigate from React.dom, otherwise you won't be able to redirect the user from one route to another. And just save it, and if I come over here, so now if I click over here and let's search for cooking and press enter. Okay, it's not doing anything. Let's see whether or not I'm getting any error. If I press enter, well, it is not working. Why it is not working? Because I am checking for this and the length. Actually, let me just console.log the event so that I'll be sure that yeah, this function is being called. So if I press enter right now, again, let me refresh this. Let's search for cooking again and press enter. Now you can see it is working, and I am redirected to slash search slash cooking, which means I am on the search page now because I am on the search route. But I am not seeing anything because I don't have this search route set up in my app.jsx. So let's do that first. So before doing that, let me just remove this console, and now you can close the navbar because we are done with the navbar. So open the app.jsx, and over here in the roots, just after the sign up root, I will make another root tag, and here I will check for a path, and the path will be slash search, and you don't have to add slash because the slash we have as a parent. So just add slash search slash colon, and you can call it whatever you want to type here. So I'm just typing query to identify whatever is written after the search so that I can get it out when I will work on the search bit. And basically what I did over here is you can while setting your path, you can type any static thing. Let's say you are typing search slash cooking, or you can type search slash tag. These are the static path or static route, so that if you type this, you will render the search page only if you go to the search slash cooking, or you will go to search slash tag. But what I did over here is I have created a dynamic route, which means I want to render. Let me first complete it. So I will add an element over here, and I will render in h1 saying search page. So what I just did over here is this path just basically means that on the search slash, whatever is written after the search and then the slash, doesn't matter, it is doesn't mean it is this or it is cooking or it is tech or it is finance, whatever, it can be something which makes sense or it can be something which doesn't make sense. It's just a dynamic sort of id. So if we have anything after this search slash, then we want to render this. It just simply means that. So I hope you got that. So if I come back to this search slash cooking page, I should see the navbar and I should see the search box, search page text, because now I have this route in my app.jsx, and I am getting this navbar component and this search page h1 component as well. So instead of rendering this h1, what I will render is I will render a search page component, and obviously I don't have that, so let me make that. So just go to folder view, and inside the pages folder, go to the search.pages, and over here let's make a functional search page component like this, and this for now will again return an h1 saying search page from jsx component. uh, Actually functional component, you can type anything, functional component. I will export this as a default function like this, and if I save, and make sure you import that. So let me type that again, and VS Code will import it for me. So if I just save that and come over here, now you will see that I got a text with search page from functional component, which means the search page is being rendered. So now let's close the app.jsx, and now let's work on the search page. So now instead of returning this h1, I will return an actual search page. So before working on this return part, what I want to do is first I want to retrieve this cooking or whatever is written after the search. And remember, if I again come to my app.jsx, you will see that after the search slash I have this colon and then query, which means whatever is written after the search and slash, I am referring that as query. So I can use this query in order to extract it from the address URL. So how can I do that? For that I have to say let, and I have to destructure it from an object, and don't and that object is use params, and this use params is a function, or you can say hook. Use param is a hook that is provided by React Router DOM, and basically this use params hook return you the parameters of the address bar. And because this query is a parameter of the address, that's why it will be inside an object, and from that object I want to destructure it so that I can access it directly. So that's why I'm destructuring it over here and saying it query so that I can access the query. So over here now, if I render the h1 with let's say query over here, and let me say search results, let me correct that, search results for dash and this query. And if I save and come back to the page, you will see this time I got search results for cooking, and because I have cooking after the slash. But if I say type any random thing, and if I press enter, now I will see search result for this string. And if I say, let's say tag, I will get a search result of tag, because now this query and the is dynamic, because this search route is dynamic. So yeah, anyway, so once we got the value of the query, what I want to do is I want to now render the search results. So for that, first of all, let's make the navigation over here, which will be the in-page navigation, just like this, which will have this search results for, and then the string that you are searching for. And in the mobile screens, you will see another option, which will be this accounts match. So let's create this first, and then we will make request to the server in order to get the search results, and then we will render it over here. So just remove this h1 and make a section over here, just like this. And what I will do, I will add a class name. I will say h cover. Again, this h dash cover is a custom index class inside the index.css, so you don't have to worry about it. Give a flexbox property to it, and say justify to be center, so it will align all the item in center horizontally, and add a gap of 10 units. And inside this section we will make this part and this user related search bar. So inside this section, what I will do is I will add a div, and this div will be the search div. So the search results block part. So I will say its width to be full. So just give a class name of width dash full, and inside over here I will create the in-page navigation just like this. And again, if you don't remember, this in-page navigation needs roots and default hidden in order to work. So here I have to provide those prop values. So I have to say roots, and in the roots I will provide an array, and the first value of this array will be a template string, and just use the template string so that I can add this query inside the string. So the text will be search results for, and over here like this, and inside the curly bracket I can say query. So this will be the first element of this roots array, and the second element or item of this roots array will be accounts matched, and this will we will show only in the mobile screens to show the user profiles according to this search result. So to only show this accounts matched on the mobile screen, you have to give default hidden prop as well, and there you have to make an array, and you have to give this account match as a item of this array. So let me enable my word wrap, and with this I should see two buttons, or actually one button just saying search result for tag, because I'm on the larger screens. But if I go to mobile screens like this, now I should see account match, and if I click over here and here, this will work. But this is giving me error, but don't worry about it. This will get fixed when we will add children's to this in-page navigation. So let's come over here, and inside of it again make an empty component because we want to render the we want the first children to contain the blocks and the load more button. So over here for the blocks I will make I will write curly bracket because I have to write JS condition, and then I will do the same thing that I did for the home page. So let me go to the home page actually, and let me just copy this whole portion actually. uh, yeah, and let me copy it and paste it over here like this. Now you will see a lot of red lines because obviously we have to import and change some of the things. So first I don't have this blocks state, so I have to create that state. So just create that block state, say blocks, and the set function will be set block, or you can call set blocks, whatever you want. Let's call it set blocks, and just set it equals to use state, and by default that will be null. Now this is giving me error on loader because I haven't imported it, so import the loader from loader.component. Now it is giving me error for the animation wrapper, so make sure to import the animation wrapper as well. Now it is giving me error on the block postcard, so again import block postcard, and now it is giving me error on this no data message, so import no data message. And the last thing that I want to import is this load more data button. So let me add import load more data button. And what else? Yeah, it is giving me error on this fetch data function. So actually remove this fetch data function right now because I don't have any data function right now. So let me just comment this load more button, and we will uncomment it and work on this later when we will have a function to fetch the data from. But right now I don't have any data. So basically if I come to my website and reload, you will just see a loader over here because I don't have any blog or I am not changing the state of the blog, so it is null by default, and that's why I'm just getting this loader over here. So now let's work on a function which we can use to make a call to the backend in order to get the search result according to the string or the query, and then we will update the block state according to that. So let's do that. So after this press enter, and let's make a function, let's call it search blogs, in order to search the blog, and this will be an object and it will take page, and that page by default will be 1, and it will take create underscore new underscore array, which will be by default false. And remember this create new array, if I go to my common folder and this filter pagination, you will see we have this create new array parameter over here. It is the same parameter that I will use over here to indicate the value of this in order to format it, because a lot of time I will need this to create a new array completely irrespective of this block being not null. So for that I'm doing it, and let's make this function like this. So over here what I want is I want to make request to search blocks root. So if I come to my search blocks root over here, you will see that right now this blog is only accepting tag and the page, but I have to send this query instead of tag. So let's just code the query part over here, and then we will work on the server and modify some of the things so that it can query it can run the find query according to the query that we get from the front end instead of tag. So over here I will say axios dot post in order to make a post request, and the root is import dot meta dot n dot wheat underscore server underscore domain for the localhost 3000 port, and I will just add the slash search blogs at the end to make request to this part. And over here what I want to send as a body to this route is I want to send the query, and I want to send the page number because I want to add pagination to this as well. So once this axios get resolved, I will catch the response using .then, and now I will do the same thing that I did for the home page. So let me open the home page and let me actually copy everything from the fetch trend latest blog. So let me just copy it and paste it over here. So I will asynchronously I will run a callback which will have access to the data, and I will run this filter pagination data, and actually it is giving me error because I haven't imported it. So let me import that over here fetch what it is filter pagination data like this, so it won't give me errors, and it is giving me error set block because I have this set block state. So actually let me remove this set block so it will not give me that error. So now I have to define here what sort of parameters I have to send. So over here the state will be blocks because I have a block state. The data will be data dot blocks because from the backend you will see that I am getting the blocks key, and the page will be again this page, and the count root, well, in this case the count root will not be this, but instead it will be search dash blocks dot count, and we have this root over here. You can see we have search dash block dash count over here, search block count over here, and we need to send this query as well to this search block count because remember for the categories filter we were doing this tag filtering the data using the tag, and for the search we have to filter the data according to that query so that I can count the exact number of document in the database. So for that I have data to send a parameter key, and this key value will be an object with a query key and a value. So just save that, and other than that I want to send this create new array as well to tell whether or not you have to create a new array. So by default it is false, but whenever you call search block, if you set its create new array to true, then it will be true, and then this data will create again. So just save this, and well, actually it is working. So just copy the search blocks, and what you can do is you can call a use effect over here, use effect, to run this only when we are done with the rendering. And what I want is I want to render this whenever I want to run this use effect whenever there is a query change, because if you are on the search page and if you search anything else, the query will change. So in that case I want to run this use effect again, and in that case what I will do is I will just run this search blocks again, and I will call this, and when I'm calling it I can just to simply call it, actually it doesn't matter. So just save this, and if I come to my website and I'm not getting anything, so if I open my console you will see I'm getting a lot of error. And actually if I clear everything and refresh it again to see what is going wrong over here, it is saying cannot read properties reading and of page. So actually you have to provide page over here. So let me say it to have a page of 1, and let me save this. So I think it will not give error. Yeah, now it is not giving me error, it is just saying no blogs published. So if I search for cooking and press enter, you will see that there is no issue, no error, but yeah, but I'm not getting any results. So how can I get results? For that I have to change my server over here, this server block count root and the search blocks root, in order to accept the query and filter the data according to that query. So first of all, destructure the query over here so that I can access it here. So I will say query and add a comma. So I will now have access to query. Now remember, I have created this find query and was setting is equals to this, and the reason I have created this as a variable and not put this directly in the find is that now I can check for a condition. I can check if there is a tag, because if we provide a tag we won't provide a query, and if we provide a query we won't provide a tag. So if there is a tag, then I will set this find query equals to this condition, otherwise this will be empty like this. So we will define the find query over here, and if we have a tag then we will run the this, and we will set the find query equals to this. But if we don't have the tag, which means I will say else if we have query instead, then I will set the query find query equals to whatever I want over here, and then the query will get changed, and this will work the same, because now the only thing that I needed was the query. So let's see what the query is. So here make an object and just say draft to be false because I don't want any draft, and then I will say title, and here I will check what on what basis I will search is in the title. Let's say I have a title of how to code in JS, or let's say how to debug in JS, and I want to show this blog when we search for debug, or let's say JS, or let's say how to debug. If we search for JS or how to debug or debug. So basically what I'm saying is whatever the query user is searching, I want to check whether or not that query is included in the title of any of the blogs. If we have a title, if we have any blog with the title which has that query inside it, then we will give the blog in the search result. So to check that, in the mongoose you have to say title, the key that you want to check, and then you have to use the regex class over here to create a new regex, and I will say new in order to use the regex class. So reg expression like this, and in order to use regex expression, you need to use this regex expression class. And now over here you can pass this query, and you can then in the second parameter you can say I. So this query basically means that the query that you are want to check, and this I just means that it's in case sensitive, which means a capital JS and JS are both equal, right? So by doing this, the search will work. So if I come over here and refresh, and since I'm on the cooking, you will see now I'm getting these two blogs related to the cooking. And if I search for tag and press enter, now you will see I have searched for tag, but I still got the cooking related blog, and then I got this tag. And now if I come and now if I again search for cooking, you will see now I got again the cooking blog, but these are not getting removed when I'm searching for new query. And why is that? Because I am changing the query, but I'm not changing any state in order to re-render these things, and I'm not clearing my old data from my state, because I'm just creating the I'm just adding the data that is coming from the backend to the current data, but I'm not creating it. And that's why I have this create new array as a prop to this search block, is to that whenever I call this use effect, I can just call this you create new array in order to create a new array to just remove everything from the state. So how can I do that is I can just come over here, and after this I can say create new array to be true. So whenever there is a change in query, I will create a new array which will just change the whole state. And before doing this, I also will call a reset state function, and I don't have that, but I will create it over here. I will say const reset state, and this reset state function, what it will do is it will reset all the states we have. And currently I have this blocks state. So what I will do is I will reset that value. I will say set block equals to null, which is the its default value. So I will first of all, whenever it is there is a change in query, I will reset the state, which means I will remove everything from the block state, and then I will run the search block state, and I will say the create new array to be true in order to create a new data structure and do not use the previous data. So now if I save and refresh, and let's see it is working or not. So for the cooking, I got two blocks, and if I come over here and say tag and press enter, now you can see now the data got removed because that was old data, and now the new data is being rendered for only the tag blocks. So if I remove this and search for finance and press enter, you will see I got the blog related to finance. And the reason I am getting this is not the tag, but the reason I'm getting is because the word finance is included in the title of these blogs. And if you type anything, you will just get this no blogs published. So which means our search blog is pretty much working, but now we have to add a pagination to it. So let me uncomment this now, and since I have a fetch data function, I can just pass that over here. I can just pass search blocks like this, and I can save it. So whenever we will click on load mode button, it will just call this search block, a, a which will have this page 1 and create new array false as a default value. So if I save it and come back and let me search for cooking, because I have 3 blogs related to it, but you will see that I'm not getting the load more button. And the reason I'm not getting the load more button is because the count rule, the search blocks count, if I come over here this is not running the query according to the query. It is running the query according to this tag. So I have to add the same thing that I have added here in order to accept the query like this. So if we have any query in my request, then I will change the find query equals to this. And let me make that find query variable over here and destructure the query from the body. And if I now save this, I should see a load more button. Yeah, now you can see I got a load more button because I have one more blog in my database. So if I click over here, you will see that now I got the other database, the other blog that is was in my database, and now I don't have the load more button, which means the searching is pretty much done. Now you can search for anything and you will get the data, and the pagination will also work. So the other thing that we have to work on is on the right side, we need to search for the users. So let's do that. And let's create the search user route where from the front end we will make a request in order to get the search results of the users. So just after the search blocks count, you can make uh, another server dot post method, and this will be a root search dash users. So whenever you will make a post request to the search dash users, it will run a request, a callback with a request and a response like this. So what I will do here is, first of all, I will destructure the query from the body. So I will say destructure the query from request.body, and once I have the access of the query, what I will do, I will find the user in my users collection. So to find the user in the users collection, I have to say user for the users collection, and to find the document I will say find. And now here I have to pass the condition on what basis I want to find. So what I want is, I want to check for the username. So the username, if I come to my users database schema, you can see that in the user schema you will see that the username is inside this personal info object. So to access that username, you have to say personal underscore info, and then since it's inside that, so you have to say dot username. So then only you will get access to that username. And what I want to say is, again, the same thing that I did for this search thing is, I have to create a new expression class, and I will say this same exact thing. So I just copy this and I will paste it over here. So basically what I'm doing here is, I am searching for all the documents that has those written query inside their username. After the find, what you have to do is say dot limit to limit the search result, and I will just limit the search result to 50, and at most we will render 50 users, and I will not add pagination to here, because if you are searching for a particular user, you can type that username and you will get the user. So I'm not adding that pagination. So what you can do is, after that you can add a select in order to select what keys you want to in the response. So I need personal underscore info dot full name. Then I need personal underscore info dot username. Then I need personal underscore info dot profile image, and I will remove the ID from there. So I only need these three fields. I need the full name, username, and the profile image of the user. And once I get all of those, I will run dot then in order to catch the user's data. And once I get the data, I will return a response with the status of 200, and I will return a JSON which will have users in it. And if we get any error, I will catch that using catch block, and I can just return a response with a status of 500, and the JSON will be error dot message, just like this. So if I save, you won't see any changes because we have created the route, but we are not making request to this. So actually let's check this route using request.rest. So I will make post request to search users, and what I want to search is, I want to send query, and the query I want to send is, let's say, kun, because I have users in my database with kun in the username. So if I just make send request, you will see I got users, and in there I got one object which has a username Kunal, and then I got a username Kunal438. So I got these two users, which means this route is working. So now let's make a request to this route from front end. So over here, before making request, just after this block state, make another state, and this state we will use to keep track of the users. So I will say users and set users, and I will set it equals to use state, and by default this will be null. So just save that, and what I will do is I will create now here another function, and that function will be fetch users, and I will set it equals to this function like this. So just make a fetch users function, and this will not take anything because we don't want a pagination system in this thing. So I don't have to provide the page or the create new array, anything like that. So I can just work on by just simply making exhaust request to the backend. So how can I do that? For that, just simply add axios, and since I want to make a post request, I will say dot post, and the route that I want to send request is actually import.meta.and.wheat underscore server domain, and the route that is it is search dash blogs, and the data that I want to send is again the query itself. And once I got the data from backend, I will destructure it like this to get the users from there, because remember I am destructuring the data from the response, and the data is an object contains the users key. So I am destructuring that like this, so that now I can access the users directly, and I will just set this users in this set user state. So I will say set user state, and in the function I will pass users, and I will just save this, and make sure you call this fetch users function in the use effect whenever the query changes. And in the reset state function, make sure you are resetting the set users, otherwise the same thing will happen as we saw for the blocks. The new users will come below the previous data, and the data won't recreate. So after that, done with this, if I go back over here and search for, let's say, KUN and present, there is no blog related to this string, but I have a user with this string. So I should see user over here, but I am not getting it because I am fetching the user and setting it in the state, but I'm not rendering those and showing in the UI. So now let's make the UI for that. To render the user card now, what I will do is actually let me collapse this, because this is the first children of this in-page navigation, which is just showing the search result, which is the blog result. Now let's work on this accounts match. So what I will do is I will render here one component, and that component will be user card wrapper like this, and we don't have this component, so let me just copy it, and let's create this component right over here. So let's create this component like this, and this component will return a JSX. So I will make an empty component like this, and over here I will check for some conditions. So for that I have to add the curly brackets to write JavaScript inside the JSX in order to run the conditions, check the conditions. So what conditions I want to check is, first of all, I will check whether or not user state is null. So I will say user is equals to null. So if user is equals to null, in that case I will render the loader UI, which means the loading animation, because I don't have any user in the state. But if I have any user in the state, in that case what I will do is I will check whether or not user has any length, which means I have any user in my state or in the array or not. So if I have any user in my array, what I will do is I will map through the users, and I will get the user and their index. And for now what I will do is I will return the user, just simply like this. And in the else condition, which means if I don't have any user in the array, in that case I will render no data message like this, that we are the same way we are doing for the blocks. And here in the message drop I will just say no user found, and I will just save this. So now since this is rendering the user card wrapper on accounts match tab, if I go over here and open my console so that I can resize the window and just click on account match, now you will see that I am getting this loading animation, but I'm not seeing this no data message. And why is that? Actually, let's see. So let me come over here, which is this fetch user, and let me just console.log the users over here to see why it's not working. So now you will see that it is saying undefined, which means this users is undefined. And why is that? So actually, let me just remove this, and instead I can just set the users by saying data.users like this, and it should work then. So in the account mesh, I'm still getting this error. So I think there is an issue in this. Actually, let me console log the data that I'm getting. So what if I just console.log the data itself? Let's see what the type of data I'm getting. So you will see that this is the data I got, and there is this data and the blocks, which is an empty array. Actually, why I am searching for block? Yeah, actually this is blocks. I have to search for users. Yeah, that was the issue. So let me fix this again. Let's say data, and from there I want to extract the users like this, and now I can remove this data from here, and I can do this like this because I was making request to search use blocks instead of making request to search users. That's why it was giving me error. So now if I just refresh and go to account match, now you will see it is giving me error saying users.map is not a function. Okay, why is that? Let's see. Users.map is not a function, so what it is then? Let me console.log the users state to see what is the data that is being stored in the state. And it is an array with two objects, so it should give me actually instead of this, let me return an h1 saying user dot personal info. Actually the user what we have is an object with full name, right? So I will say dot full name over here, and in the h1 I will just pass a key with the I. And now let's see whether or not it is working. So if I just refresh and go to account match, okay, I got again the error saying users dot map is not a function. Actually it is map, not maps. Yeah, that was a typo error. So now if I go to accounts match, you will see I'm getting users dot full name. The reason I'm getting not a full name user full because I haven't put it inside this curly bracket. So now I should see the full name of the users. So what is the name of the full name users? Why it is not showing me that? Do I have to say personal info dot? Let's see. Yeah, I have to check for the personal info because user is the object with the personal info key. Well, anyway, just remove this because we don't need this h1. I was just showing you that we got the data and we are able to render it. So instead of returning the simple h1, we will return the user card over here. So what I will do is I will render user card component, and obviously we don't have this user card component, so I will create this card component. And before this user card, actually add a animation wrapper because I want to add the fade in effect. And over here I can add key and not key value, just key, and the key will be the index. And I will add a transition to add some delay. So by default I will pass a duration. I will pass an object with a duration of 1, and I will say a delay will be I into 0.08. And let me enable my word wrap so that you can see everything correctly. Yeah, so this will be the transition, and inside the animation wrapper I will render user card, and this user card will take two props. Will take one prop, which is basically the user, which is just this user data. So I will just say user over here, and this will give me error because I don't have user card over here. So let's create this. So you will see inside the component folder I have user card.component.js. So open this and make a user component over here, user card, just like this, and make sure to export this as a default function like this. And here make the prop, which is this user prop. So add a user like this, and make sure you import this user card at the top of this search page. So just save it, and now you won't see any error over here. And now you can just work on over here, return for now an h1 saying this is a user card. And if I just save it and go to my accounts matched, you will see I got this is a user card, which means this is working. So now let's work on this user card, and instead of rendering this is a user card, let's render the profile image and the name and the username of the user. Instead of this h1, now we can work on the user card. So before removing the h1, let's first destructure the user data that we are getting from the search page. So let's define here the destructure, and let's set it equals to user. And the things that I want to destructure is, first of all, the user is an object which contains personal info key. So I have to do type here let me type it correctly, personal info, and that personal info is an object which contains three keys, which is full name, username, and profile image. So I just need these three images. So I do three so I just need these three values. I don't want to access them by saying user.personalinfo.fullname. So I'm just restructuring it so that I can access them by just saying full name, username, or profile image. So now instead of rendering this h1, what I can do is I can make a link component over here and make sure you import this link as well. So let me add an import over here. Let's say import link from React.node. And the reason I am making a link is because inside this link I will make my user card, and the thing that I want is whenever user presses on the user profile or name or username or anything, basically if user press the mouse click on the user card, I want to redirect the user to the user's profile page. For that I have this link, and in the two I have to provide the route where I want to redirect the user. So I will set equals it to it and a template string, and there I will say slash user slash, in the double curly brackets, I will say username that I am getting from this user's data that from the search page. So basically I don't have this slash user slash username path right now, but when we will make the profile page, then we will have this path, so you don't have to worry about it. You can give this link right now, and after this let's give some class name. Let's say flex, so that I can make the image and the username side by side, and add a gap of 5 units and say items to be center, and give a margin bottom of 5 units, just like this. And inside it I need first of all the profile image, so I will add an image component, and in the source I will provide the source of the image, which is this profile image. This contains the URL of the image, and in the class name I will say width to be 14 and height to be 14 for a complete square, and I want it to be circle, so I will say rounded full to have 100% of radius. And if I just save it and come over here, so instead of getting the text, now you will see I got one image over here and the other image over here. And the reason I am not getting the image over here, because this account was signed in using Google, and the Google is stopping me from accessing the user profile. That's why I'm getting this error, because you can see it is giving me 403, which is permission error, because it is forbidding me in order to access the image. So it is not a big deal. When we will work on the account setting where the user can change the profile image, then we will update this profile image and you won't see any issue. Okay, so over here now I want to make a div, and this div will contain the username and the user full name. So over here I will make an h1. Let's give it a class name. Let's say font to be of medium width, text to be of Excel size, and the line clamp will be 2. So if we have a longer full name, I will clamp the full name to be 2 lines, so I don't want to go on the third line. And in the content I will say render the full name. Then I will render a p tag and I will give some class to it too. I will say text to be dark gray like this, and in the content I can just say username, and since I want the username to start with @ I will add @ before this bracket, otherwise this will give error if you add a bracket inside the username. So this is our user card. If I just save it and come to my website, you will see that now in the accounts match I got the user profile, the username and the user full name, and the same goes for this, but I am not getting the image again because the Google is not allowing me to do that. So if I go to this, I will get the search results of blogs, and if I go to accounts match, I will get the user's card. So basically for the mobile screen, the search page is done. But if I come to my desktop screen, I am only having this search block part. I don't have the user search on the right side. So let's create that. So now let's go to the search page and let's make the user card on the right side. So after this div, let's make another div over here and let's give it some class name. The class name I want to give is the minimum width would be 40%. So at least this div will cover at least 40% of it, and on the larger screens I will say the minimum width to be 400, not 400, it should be 350 pixels, and then I will say max width to be minimum, and the border L will give the border left, and I want to change the border color to border gray, and I want to add padding from left side of 8 units and padding from top will be 3 units, and I will say maximum dash md, which means till medium screens I will have this class which is hidden. So till medium screens I will be hiding this div because I only want to see this in larger screens. So inside it I will add an one h1. Let's give some class name. Let's say the font should be medium, and we should have a text excel size, and the margin bottom will be 8, and I will just say user related to search. And after this, now if I come to my actual project, you will see this after this h1 I have this icon over here. So let's add this icon. So let me go to the flat icon and let me search for user over here, and what icon we are using this icon. So let me just copy this and let's go back to the code and let me paste that over here, change the class to class name and save that. And if I come to the page, you will see this is how our div looks and this is how the h1 looks. I think I should give some margin top to this because it's not properly aligned. So let's give it empty dash 1 1 unit margin from top, and now it is pretty much aligned. So after this I just want to render this user card wrapper because we already have set up the user card and the state already. So just by adding the user card wrapper over here, you can see I got the search result according to this user search query. So if I search for here, let's say cooking, and press enter, you will see now I am getting no user found in the user search result, and in the search results of blog I am getting these two blog, and if I click on load more button I can load more blogs. So with this our search page is also done. So now let's move on to our 404 page. Okay, so now what I want is I want to create a 404 page. So what is the purpose of 404 page? Well, we want to show 404 page on the routes that does not exist in our project. So let's suppose if user is on our website and if he or she go to some random route that we don't have in our website, then instead of getting this blank page, I want to show that 404 page to tell the user that the route you are on does not exist and you can just go back to the home page. So how can I make that? So let's go to our code and let me go to my folder structure, open the app.jsx file, and here inside this parent route where we are rendering the nav part, what I will do is at the very end I will make another root, and here in the path element I have to define that render the element in any path. So what do I mean by any path? Well, if I give here a star, so basically path equals star basically means any path inside this root path, which means it can include slash search also, it can include slash user also, and can include slash sign in also. So that's the reason you need to put it at the very end, so that if user go to slash sign up or sign in or search, we will render these first, and if user does not go to these fixed routes, then we will fall under any path, and then here we will just render an element. And for now I will just render an h1 to show whether or not it is working. So I will say 404 page, and if I save and go back, you will see that I am on random path that does not exist. So if the page loads, you will see now I am getting a nav path with an h1 saying 404 page, which means even if I go to like any random other domain, let's say this and then slash this and that, you will see that I'm still getting 404 page. But if I go to my home page, I will get my home page as usual, or if I search for like cooking or anything, I will go on my search page as usual, because these routes are above this any path route. That's why the 404 page is not rendering in that case. So instead of rendering an h1 over here, I will render over here page not found component, and obviously we don't have this component, so just go in the pages and you will find 404 page dot jsx. So just open that, and let's here make that page not found functional component like this, and this for now will return an h1 saying page not found, and make sure you export this as a default function like this. So let me now retype this so that VS Code will import it in this file. And if I save this now, and I can close this folder view, so now you will see that, well, I'm on the search page. So if I just go to some random route, now you will see that I'm getting page not found, which is being rendered from this page not found, which is this simply an h1. So now instead of rendering this h1, now let's make our 404 page. So what we will make here is we will make a section, and this section will contain our 404 page. So I will give some class names to it. I will say height should be cover. So again, this h-cover is the custom class inside the index.css to cover the full height, negative minus the navbar height. And I will give it a relative position with a padding of 10 units from all over the places, and I will give it a flex property because I want to use flex box properties inside this section. I will say flex direction would be columns, so instead of getting all the children side by side, I will get the children's one above each others. And I will say items to be center, so they will be aligned horizontally centered, and I will then give a gap of 20 units with text center, so all of the text inside section will be in center position. So if I reload the page, well, you won't see anything because I don't have anything inside the section. So over here, let's first create an image. So I will make an image tag, and in the source I need to provide the image source, which will be page not found. So first of all, I have to import that image, right? So at the top, let me add import, and let's call this image name page not found image from, and let's give the path of the image, which is inside the images folder, which is this 404 png. And now I can give this variable inside the source to load this image, and I will give some class name. But before that, let's see the image. So now you will see this is the 404 image that I want to display in the center, but I want it to be little small. So for this, first of all, I will give the property select none so that the user can't select this image, and then I will give a border of 2 units, and the border color would be border gray, and the width will be 72 units. And if I give the aspect to be square, then the height will automatically become 72 units. And now I just have to give object cover so that the image would maintain its proportions, and I will give it some roundness, border radius. So now let me enable my word wrap so that you can see all of the classes that I have given. So if I refresh, you would see the output like this. So after this image, we need an h1 saying that the page does not exist. So I will make an h1 over here, and this will just say page not found. If I see how it looks, it is this h1 over here. And now let's give some class name. So I will say the text size should be text 4 XL, and the font family will be font Galacio, and the line height will be leading 7 like this. And now make a p tag, and inside of here I will say the page you are looking for does not exist, right? And then I will say head back to our to the home page like this. And if I come to my website, you will see the page not found h1 is looking good, but the paragraph, it's also good. But what I want now is and in this paragraph I want this home page to be clickable, so that user can click on this home page, so that we can redirect the user to the home page instead of being on this 404 page. So how can I do that? For that I have to use a link tag over here, which is obviously we would use it from the React router. You can see the link tag is importing from the React router DOM. So make sure you close this link component after this home page. So this whole home page text will be clickable, and in the to prop I will just give on the root where I want to redirect, which is the home root, and I will give some class name over here. I will say the text should be black in color and the text should have underline. Now let's style the paragraph as well. So I will say the text color will be dark gray, and the text size will be XL, and the line height will be leading 7, and I will give a margin top of -8 units, so that it will not go, so it will have less space between this and this. And now if I refresh, this is how it looks, and the spelling of exist is incorrect, so let me fix that. So after paragraph, I need a div, and inside this div, let's just give a class name, and let's say it empty to be auto. So by giving margin top auto, this will come at the below, at the very bottom, and uh, this div will basically contain the logo of our website, and just with a simple text which says read millions of stories around the world. Basically, it will just explain what our website is. So I will make an image over here, and I will give a source, and again to give a source I need to import that image. So I will import, and I will call this image full logo, and I will import this from images folders, and you will see there we have a full logo. So inside the source I will give this full logo, and I will give some class name. I will say height to be 8, and object should be contain instead of cover, and I will give a display of block, and max the margin in x direction will be auto, and the select will be none because I don't want to select the image. So now you can see this logo over here. Just after that, below of that I will make a paragraph, and this will just say read millions of stories around the world like this. And let's give it a class name. Let's say margin from top would be 5 units, and the color of text would be text dark gray, and just save it. And this is it. So with this, our home page is also done, and if I click on the home page, you will see I'm redirected to the home page. And even if I try to go on some any random route that literally does not exist in our website and press enter, this will just give me this page not found with the option to just redirect the user to home page, and we are done. So now let's work on our user profile, so that if a user click on this username, or like let's say if I search for John and I got two users matched with this search result, and if I click on them, you will see I'm redirected to /user/John. So now let's work on the profile page. So instead of showing the page not found over here, we will show the user detail, where we will see the user's profile name and the profile image, full name, username, with the bio and everything else. So let's do that. So now instead of getting this 404 page, let's render the user profile page. So for that, just before this root where you are rendering this page not found, we will create another root component, and this root component will be same as we have for the search, but instead of this query as a parameter, I will say it to have an ID which we will use to retrieve the user ID from the address bar. So I will say user because this is the root, and then under user I will say colon ID. So whatever we get after the user and forward slash, we will retrieve that as a ID parameter, and then we will consider the user. Well, we will consider this as a user profile page. So I will say render this element, and this element will just basically for now return an h1 saying user profile page. And if I just save it, instead of getting this 404 page, I should see user profile page. Yeah, now you can see now I am getting this user profile page h1. So first of all, let me enable my word wrap, and instead of rendering this h1 now, let's render the profile page component. So instead of that, render profile page and close it like this. And obviously we don't have that, that's why I'm getting this red line. So just open the folder view and go to pages folder, and inside this you will find profile page.jsx. So just open that, and here I will just quickly make the profile page functional component like this, and this will return an h1 saying profile page from component like this. And then make sure you export this as a default function also. And again I can type this profile page component so that VS Code will import it for me. And if I save it now, I should see this text which is profile page from the component, and you can see I got profile page from component. So we have created our profile page root, and I am successfully rendering this h1. So instead of rendering this h1, we will create the profile page instead. So let's do that. Before working on the UI, let's make request to the server so that we can retrieve the profile, the user profile information. And once we have the user's profile as a data, then we can render it in the UI to show the user, right? So for that, what I will do over here is, first of all, I need to retrieve the ID from the address bar. So how can I do that? Again, if you don't remember that how we retrieve the ID from in the search page, well, that's easy. Make a variable, and we need to destructure the ID from use params hook, which is this React router provides. And use params will give you an object with all the parameters as key, and from that object I want the ID key, so I will say ID. And I will not call this as ID, but I will rename this param to profile ID like this. So just add a colon and type profile ID. So now you can call profile ID in order to access this ID which exists in this user params hub. So great, we got the profile ID. So instead of rendering this, I will say profile page dash, and in the curly brackets I can say profile ID to see whether or not I got the ID. So if I save, I should see the profile ID, and you can see I got profile page dash John, which means I am in the John's profile ID. But if I go in my search and I search for Kunal, and if I go to accounts match and then click on the user, you will see the profile page. It is giving me Kunal, which means it is working. So now let's make a request to the server in order to get the data of this profile. But before making request to the server, we need a root in our server where we can listen for that request, right? So for that, let's make that root first, and then we will make request from front end. So just go to your server, and after the search users, we can make another post request method, and the root will be get profile in order to get the profile, and it will just run a request, a callback with a request and a response as parameters. And inside it, first of all, I need to destructure or the username from the request.body, because from the front end, whenever we will make request to this get profile, we will send the username of that profile to this root so that we can search for this username in our MongoDB in order to get the data. right? So I will say here user because I need to find the document, this user in users collection, and to find the user I will say use find method. And since the username in our database are unique, instead of saying find I will say find one method, because this will just find one document and then will stop its execution. So I will say find one, and I have to give the value over here on what basis it has to find. So I will say here personal info dot username. Again, if you don't remember, just go to user.js and you will see that the username is a key that is inside this personal info, which is an object. So in order to access this username, you have to first access the personal info, and from there you have to access the username by just saying use personal info dot username, and these should be in quotes in order to refer the key, and the value that I want to check will be equal to this username that we got from the front end. So once we get the data or we get the document in the collection, I will use the select method in order to select the particular fields that I want to select. So what fields I want to select? Well, what I want is I don't want user password, because if you see in the personal info, I have password also along with this username, but I don't want to send this password string in the front end because I don't want the user to know their password strings, right? So what I will do here, I will say minus personal info dot password, and by just adding minus, MongoDB will not select this field, which is this personal underscore info dot password. And the other field that I don't want is Google auth, so just add minus and then Google underscore auth. And this Google underscore auth, if you see, will have be is a boolean value which does will just which just tells whether or not it is signed in by Google. So after it I will just add minus updated at will basically this contains information on the last time update of the document, and I will just remove the blocks from this user also, because for blocks we will use this search block instead of the get profile. We will make request to search block and we will pass the user in from the front end in order to get the user written blocks. So that's why I'm removing the blocks from here. And once everything is selected, I will get the document using .then, and can call that document user, and I will just return a response with a status, actually the status of with 200, and the JSON that I will send will be just this user. And actually just don't add these brackets, because this user is a object, so I can just send that object over here like this and add a catch, so that if we get any error in then log we can handle that. So I will just console log the error if we get any, and I will return a response with a status of 500, and the JSON that I will send will again an error, and the error will be the error dot message, just like this. So just save it and let's check this route from request.rest. So I will make a post request to get profile, and the content type will be application slash JSON, but this time the username will be, let's say, John. And if I click on send request, you will see now I got the status 200, and I got personal info, which is containing the information like the full name, the email, the username, the bio, and the profile image, and it is containing the social links, which obviously we don't have right now. And then we have account info like total post written by the user and the reads, and then we have this joined, but I'm still getting this updated at, and I guess I have misspelled it over here. Yeah, I have misspelled it over here, that's why it is giving me the response, but now I fixed it so I won't get this. If I go over here and let's say I search for some user that does not exist, so let me type anything and let me now make a request, and now you will see that I am getting null. So now in the front end, if a user try to access some user profile which does not exist by providing any random username, then we will receive this null in the response. And once we will receive this null in response, what we will do is we will redirect the user to 404 page, which will just display that this does not exist, the page does not exist. So right, so just save that, and now let's work on our front end because our server part is done. So let's come back over here and let's make a state so that we can store the profile data that we get from the backend, and then we can use that state value in order to render the UI. So for that, I will make a state over here. I will call that state profile, and the set function will be set profile. I will set equals to use state hook in order to use the state, and the by default value of this will be profile data structure. Let me type it correctly. Structure, yeah, like this. Now what is this profile data structure? Well, we will make a empty profile data structure in our front end, so that before even making requests to the front end, we will need to render something. And if we just set this null, and if I try to render the UI, it will throw error, because then I won't be able to access the username and full name, because before making the request I'm rendering a UI with no data in my state, and in that case it will give me error. So I have to provide it some sort of empty data, so that yeah, it won't show anything, but it will still get rendered, and then we can make request. And once I get the data, I will remove this empty data structure with that data that I received from the backend, and then we can render the correct data. So what do I mean by that? Well, if you don't understand, don't worry. It's just a way to not get into a error. So I will make a profile data structure over here at the top. I will first export this as well, because we need this profile data structure in other files as well that we will work on other parts. So I will create this variable over here like this, and this will be an object, and this will look exactly the same way that we got the response. So if I click on type John and send request, the response that I'm getting, this will exactly look same. So just like that. So I can here say personal info, and this personal info will contain full name with an empty string. It will contain username with an empty string, and I can say profile image, and it will be an empty string. The bio, it will be of course an empty string. And after profile image, I need account underscore info, which will contain total posts. Make sure you give underscore instead of dash, which will be by default 0. And then I will say total blogs, which will be by default 0. And after that, I will have social links, which will be an empty object. And there I will have joined at, which will be an empty string. And why I have created this again, well, you don't understand. Just wait a moment, I will explain it to you right now again. So over here, now before rendering the things or anything, what I will do is I will destructure this profile data, right? So let me just first of all get this actual data from the backend, so that I can explain you better why I did this. So let me make a function over here which will call make a request to the backend in order to retrieve the data. So make a function over here, and let's call this function fetch user profile, and make a function like this. And what this function will do, basically it will make an Axios request to the backend in order to retrieve the data of the user profile. So I will say Axios and make sure you import it as well. It will make a post request, so I will say post method, and the root that I want to make request is import dot meta dot env dot wait underscore server underscore domain to get the localhost 3000 port. And in the ports, the route that I want to make a request is get profile like this, and the data that I want to send in the root, actually let me enable my word wrap over here, is if I come over here, you will see that I am sending username to this get profile root. So I have to send username over here. So I will say username, and the username that I will send will be this profile ID. So I will just paste it like this, and this will make a post request to this get profile method. So once I got the data from the server, I will destructure the data and rename the data as user, just like this. And inside this callback, I will say that set the profile to the user that I got, and I will actually let just console.log the user to see whether or not I got any response. So now since I have using .then, I have to use this catch in order to catch any error, and if we get any error, I will console log the error, and I will say set and for now it will be like this. So when do I will call this fetch user profile? Well, once I'm done with this rendering, I will call this fetch user profile once in order to fetch the profile of the user. So since I want to call this after rendering for one, I will just use effect hook in order to make a request. And since I wanted to make only one time request, I will give it an empty array, and inside of here I can just call fetch user profile like this. And if I save and expand my browser window and open my console, I should see the user in the console. And now you can see I got an object with account info, personal info, social links, and joined it. I got a lot of information over here, so which means I am this fetch user profile is working, and I am able to set this as a profile state in the profile state, right? So now I want all these data to be destructured so that I can access them directly while creating the UI, right? So I need to destructure them over here. So let's do that. So let me close this console and expand my code view, VS Code. Now over here, let me destructure the data that I'm getting from the backend. So I will say let, and I will destructure the data inside the bracket, but this will be equals to this profile state we have over here, because I am setting this user that I am getting from the backend to this profile state. So let me remove this console because I don't need this. So what I need is, first of all, I will destructure this personal info object which contain this full name, username, and I will rename this username to profile underscore username, because I can't use this username, because in later in this video I will access the currently logged in username, currently logged in user's username, which is also called this username. So, and the other thing that I want is I want profile image, and then I want bio from this personal info, and from there I need to destructure the account info, and this account info contains two keys. One is total post, and yeah, it is posts, and it contains another key that is total reads like this. And after it, I want to destructure social links, and I want to destructure joined add. So if I save this and open my console and expand this window, and actually let me console log everything. So I will say console.log the user, and I will save this. So now if I save this, you will see that I'm getting this user over here like this. I got this user data, and I'm not getting any error, right? So why I created this data structure over here? Because now you will see that whatever key I am destructuring over here at the start of this code is inside this personal profile data structure, right? So, and this is by default set equals to this profile state. But what if I don't provide this and provide null, just like we did for the block state and other states? In that case, I won't be able to destructure these keys because I can't destructure them from the null. So even before I'm calling this, the JavaScript or the React has to destructure this in order to render the stuff and then go to use effect in order to fetch the request. And before doing so, the profile state is null, and since it is null, I'm not able to destructure these datas, and that's why I have created this an empty data structure so that I won't face these errors. So if I just change this to uh, what it was profile data structure. So if I just change it to profile data structure again, you will see now these error will go, and now I will see the data in my console. So that's the reason I have created this as an empty data structure over here. So I hope you got this right now. So now let me remove this console log user and let's add a loading animation so that until we get this user profile, we will show the loading animation, and once we get the user profile, we will hide the user the loading animation, and then we will render the user profile details. So for that I need another state, so I will say let, and over here I will say loading, and I will say set loading equal use state in order to use the state, and I will say by default this will be true, which means we have to show the loading. So for that I will come over here, and what I will do is, instead of rendering this h1 only, I will first render an animation wrapper, because again I want to wrap this page inside the animation wrapper in order to give the fade in effect. And this inside this animation wrapper I will add curly bracket in order to check for condition using JavaScript, and the condition that I will check over here is loading. And remember, this loading is a state, so it can either be true and a false, and by default is true. So I'm just saying if loading is true, then render loader component, and if it is not true, which means it is false, in that case render this h1. For now I'm just saying this. So if I just save this, and if I go on the page, you will see that I will get this loading animation, and it doesn't matter I got the user profile or not from the backend. I'm not updating the states, and that's why I'm just getting this loading animation. So once I got the data from the backend, instead of just setting the user, or instead of just setting this profile state or updating this profile state, what I will do is I will update the loading state as well. So I will say set loading, and I will just say it to be false. And what I will do, I will just copy it and I will paste it over here as well. So even if we get any error, I will just remove the loading animation. So now if I refresh the page, you will see we got the loading animation for some amount of time, and then I got this profile page text because I received the data from backend. So since I have the data now we can work on the UI in order to render those data. So let's just remove this h1 and instead make a section over here, and inside this section let's give it some class name. Let's say h2b cover, and I will say on the medium screen or larger than that the display would be flex, and it will have flex direction row reverse. Give it item start to align the item on the start. Give a gap of 5 units and say minimum 100 and say minimum 1100 pixels. So which means if the screen is at least 1100 pixel, in that case I will change the gap to 12 unit from the 5, and you won't see any changes because we don't have anything inside this section. So I will create a div over here, and this div will contain the user profile informations, and after this div we will create the in-page navigation, which will contain the blog and the about of our user profile. So over right here what I will do is I will first of all let's give it some class name. So I will say to have a flex box, and it will be a flex call direction, and on the maximum medium, which means till medium screens, item should be in center, and then we want the item to be on the left side. So I will say items to be start, or actually you don't have to say anything because by default it will be on the left side. So now you can give a gap of let's say 5 units, and the minimum width will be 250 pixels. And actually before giving more classes to it, let me just add something in the dev so that we can actually see how this css is affecting those elements. So let me make an image over here which will be the profile image. So this source of this image will be this profile image that we have destructured from this profile state. So I will just copy this profile image and paste it over here and save it, and I should see the profile image over here like this. Now you can see I got one image over here, and if I click on search and search for let's say John, and well, I got no blog published. So if I go on account match and click on this John, you will see this is the profile image that I am getting. So now what I need is I need to give some class name obviously. So I will say the width to be 48 and height to be 48 unit as well. The background will be gray of a gray color, and I will say rounded full, so it will have a full radius. And on the medium screens I will say the width will go to 32, and on the medium screens the height will go to 32 units as well. So if I save this, now I should see a circular image like this. Great. So after this image, what I want is I want an h1 which will display the profile username. So I will just say @ and in the bracket I will say profile underscore username, because remember I have destructured the username from the profile and renamed it as this profile underscore username. So if I just type the profile username, it will access this username from the profile state. So if I save it over here, you should see an h1 with the profile username, this which is @ John. So now let's give it some classes as well. So I will give text to be of 2XL size and font will be of medium width, and that's it. So after this I will create a p tag, and this p tag will display the full name of the user. So I will just say full name here, and let's give it some class name. So I will say text should be of XL size and it will be a capitalize, and I will say height to be 6 units. So it will make some space between the full name and the user profile name like this. So after the paragraph I will make another p tag, and this p tag will contain the information of these two things, which is the total post and total reads count. So what I will do here is I will make curly bracket, and inside it I will say total post, and then I will say blogs, because this will be the number, and then this will say just it blogs, and then I will add dash, and then in the brackets again I will say total reads, and this will be reads. So if I save this, you should see a number and the blocks text like this, which is just saying 0 blocks and 0 reads, and I don't need this dash over here. But let's say let me go to my Mongo database. Let me just sign in. So let me come over here in the users collection and let me find the user with the username John, and I believe this is the user. Yeah, this user has this username John. So what I will do here is I will expand this account info, and for now I will manually change this total post and total read count, because for now I can change these manually. When we will work on other features in the later parts of this series, then these we will update automatically, so you don't have to worry about it. So for now I will say total post to be like 10,832, something a bigger number, and the total read to be like 24,056.8, like something like this. And if I just click on update to update these number and come back to my front end and refresh the site, you will see now I got this long digit with saying blocks, and this long digit with saying reads. So the reason I changed the number to this long count is I want to show that if we have a very large number like this 10,000 or 24,000, it is kind of not readable, because you have to go from here step by step in order to read it. Yeah, it is not that read friendly. So how can we add commas over here to separate the thousands from the hundreds and the ones? So for that we have a JavaScript function, and we can do that over here. So after the total post I can say dot to local string, and this to local string it will just convert the integer or the number and style it into the actual number form, where you can differentiate between 1000 and 10,000. As you can see over here, this 10,000 is getting separated from this 800 by this comma. So I will do the same for this blog as well, this read. So I will just copy this method and I will call this after total read like this, and if I save, I should see a comma between 4 and 5 to separate it from the hundreds. Like so now this number is more readable. Great. So now after this, what we need in our profile is, first of all, I need a edit profile button over here, and I want to show that edit profile only if we access if the user is logged in and the user is accessing his profile. If you are not logged in, I won't show the edit profile, or if you are accessing someone other's profile, someone else user profile, you won't see the edit profile. You will only see the edit profile button on only when you are logged in and you are accessing your profile page. So for that, first of all, let's create the edit profile button over here, and then we will see how we can show it particularly when the user is logged in. So for that, I will make a div over here. I will give a flex class to it, and I will say cap to be of 4 units, and margin top will be of 2 units. And inside of it, I will make a link tag, because I want whenever I will click on the button, it will redirect me to the settings page, which does not exist for right now, but we will work on it on the later parts. So I will say in the to that redirect the user to slash settings slash edit dash profile. So whenever you will click on this link, it will redirect you to the edit profile route, and I will just say to display edit profile in the button, and let me give it some class name. So the classes will be btn light, and I will say the rounded to be rounded medium, to have a medium border radius. And if I save, you should see edit profile button over here. And if I click over here, you will see page not found, because it redirected me to the settings edit profile, and since this route does not exist in my code right now, I'm getting this page not found. So if I go back, you will see that it is working. But now I want to show this only if I access the my own profile. So how can I do that? First of all, for that I have to retrieve the current logged in user username. So how can I do that? For that I will make a let over here, and I will destructure the user from user context that we have created in first part. So I will use the context over here. To use the context, you will use context hook, and pass the context that you want to use, and the context that I want to use is user context. And make sure you import user context and use context both. So this user context, if you don't remember, just open it. It has this user auth inside it, and this user auth is the object which contains access token and username. So over here I will just say user auth, and from that object I need the username to check whether or not this user is the profile page that the user is viewing is his or not. So once we get the username, what I will do is I will come over here and I will check for condition. So I will add curly bracket, and inside it I will say profile ID, and profile ID is the parameter that I am retrieving from the address bar. So I will say this profile ID, if it is equals to the username that I am getting from this user context, which means the logged in user is accessing his profile, in that case I will render this link. And if that is not the case, I won't render anything, and I will just pass an empty string. So if I save this, you won't see the edit button because I'm not logged in right now, because you can see I am getting this sign in. But now since I am have this John over here, let me just sign in with that account. So I will sign in with that account, and the password would be, I guess, this. And let me press sign in. Okay, actually the password is wrong, so actually just leave it. I don't remember the password right now, so let me log in with some other account to show you the feature. So if I click on sign in, now I am signed in and I am on the home page. But if I click on my profile, you will see I am having this option profile to go to my profile page, and if I click over here, you will see that now I got the user profile, which contains my information like the name, the full name, the username, and how many blocks I have written and how many reads I have. But it also is showing me the edit profile. But if I search for some other user, let's say John, and if I open that profile, you won't see the edit profile button because you are not allowed to edit the others profile, right? So now let me work on my profile. So now you will see there is one error. And what is it? Since I am on the John's user profile, I'm not getting the edit profile, right? But if I click over here and click on the profile, you will see that now no data is changed. I am still getting the John profile, but I got this edit profile. And why is that? Because if I expand my window, you will see that I am on currently user slash Kunal root, which is my username, and that's why I'm getting this edit profile. And this is happening because we are not resetting the profile state before changing this parameters. I want to reset the state every time this parameter changes, this parameter of the address changes, or you can say the profile ID changes, because otherwise the re-rendering will not take place and we won't see the new data. As you can see, even though I am on this Kunal root, I am not getting my profile, I am getting the John profile, because this is the previous data I have stored in my profile state and I am not re-rendering that. So how can I do that? For that, let's go back to the code, and in the use effect, let me add values over in this array so that I can tell when you need to use run this use effect. So what I will do is I will pass profile ID over here. So whenever this profile ID, which is the parameter in the address bar, which is changed, so I will say whenever this profile ID changes, what you want to do is you want to fetch the user profile. And what I will do is I will set for like if let me not add the if. What I will say is I will say call the reset function, not resize to, it should be reset states, like this. And let me just copy and create this function. So I will create this reset state quickly like this, and basically this reset state will reset all the states we have over here. So for now we have these two states, so let me reset those. So I will say set profile to the profile structure, data structure, and I will say set loading to true also. So I'm just resetting all the state values back to the default ones whenever the profile ID is changing. I'm calling this reset state, which is just changing all the state values, and then I'm calling fetch user profile in order to fetch the new user profile. So now if I go back, and now you can see I am on the John's page getting the John's profile. But if I now click on my deep profile, and if I click on the profile to go to my profile page, now you will see since the state is changed, now I'm getting my own profile image and my own profile data with this edit profile button. And if I go back to the John's page, I will get the John's page and I will not get the edit profile button. So that's the reason when you are using the dynamic routes, you have to reset the state whenever those parameters changes, otherwise the React won't re-render these stuff. So with that, now let's work on the about section. Render the about component of this user profile. What I will do is just after this edit profile div, I will make this about user component, and obviously we don't have this component, so let's just create this component. So go inside component folders and you will find about.component.jsx over here. So let's quickly make that component right here. So let me make a functional component. Let's call this about user, and this will return an h1 with the about user with just a text, so that we can be assured that yeah, it is working. And make sure you export this functional component as a default component. And now I can import this over here. So import the about user right here, and if I save this, I should see the about user over here, and that's great. So what this about user will take? Well, I need to introduce some props over here in order to send this bio and the social link and the joined ID, these three values, to this component. So over here what I will do is I will define some props, and I will say bio, then social links, and I will call another prop joined at. If I save it, I have to pass these prop values while creating this user card. So I will say bio will be equals to the bio variable, which is t structure, getting t structure from the profile state. And the same goes for social links. I will say social links will be social links, and joined at will be joined at. And if I save it and come over here, you won't see any changes. But if I come over here and I'll just in the brackets, I'll say join at, you will see that about user dash, and I'm getting this timestamp, which means that I'm able to access these values in my component. So instead of rendering this h1 with this timestamp, let's now work on it and render the bio, social link, and the joined. So remove this h1 and instead make a div over here. Let's give it some class name. So I will give it a class name. I will say on the medium screen the width will be 90%, and on the medium screens the margin top will be of 7 units, and I want it to be hidden on the smaller screens, So how can I do that? For that, what I will do is I will make add curly brackets in the beginning and the at the in the beginning and at the end of this class name, and I will just add a space after this margin top, and I will concatenate this with class name prop that I will introduce over here. And what I will do is I will make a class name prop over here. So what I just did basically is while creating this about user component, I can give any class over here, and that class will just concatenate with this existing classes. And what class I want to give over here while creating this is I want to hide this component on smaller screens, because in the smaller screens after the edit profile button I will just directly load the user written block, and I will have the in-page navigation tab over there to just switch the blocks to the about user panel where you can view the users about information. So for that I will give class name over here, and the class name that I will pass will be the maximum medium, which means till medium screens. I will add hidden class to this user, and now you will see now I'm not getting that h1 over here. Well, still I don't have an h1, so why I will get it. So for now I will say an h1 over here with about user and save it, and you will see that I'm not getting any h1 over here. But if I expand my window, now you will see that now I am getting about user here, because on the medium screen or larger screen I will display the blocks over here and I will display the about user over here. So let me now remove this h1 and let me go to the medium screen so that I can get this user over here, and let me enable my word wrap for the VS Code. Right. So inside this div, what I will have is I will have a paragraph which will just show the bio of the user. So I will say over here that in the brackets I will check for a condition. I will say bio.length to check for the condition, and I will say if there is a length in the bio, then I will obviously display the bio, otherwise I will display nothing to read here, like this. And if I want to give some class name, let's just give the text Excel for Excel size, and I will say the leading to be 7. Save it, and you will see I'm getting nothing to read here because the bio is an empty string for this user profile. So after this paragraph, let's render a div and let's give it some class name. So I will say it to have a flexbox, because inside this div I will contain make or render the social links. So I want all of the social links to come side by side. That's why I'm giving this a flexbox. And I will have a gap in x direction of 7 units, and I will have a gap of a y direction of 2 units, because I will allow the flex wrap over here. So I will say flex to be wrap, and I will give a margin in y direction to be 7 units, and I will say the items to align in center with the text of dark gray. And if I save this, well, inside over here I have what I want to do is I want to loop through each individual social links, and I want to check whether or not the string is empty. So if the string is empty, I won't render the icon, but if the string is not empty, then I will render the icon, and when the user click on that, I will redirect the user to that particular link. But for now, if I go to my MongoDB, I don't have any social link for this account. So if I go to over here, which is this, I am logged in with this username, right? So you will see that in the social link, I don't have any sort of link. So I will say that for right now, just go to your account in the MongoDB, and on what account you are logged in, just edit that social link and just add 2 or 3 social links over here, so that we can test that whatever we are making over here or whatever we will code over here is working or not, and which means I'm getting the icon over here or not. So for that, just pause for a moment and just manually add the links over here and update like this by clicking on the update button. So I hope you have added the social links manually. For now, in this account, I have these three social links added: the YouTube, Instagram, and the GitHub. So we can test that we are only rendering these three icons, not the other icons, which is this Facebook and Twitter, and whether or not we are getting any sort of icon. So after done with that, let's code over here. So what I want to do here is just add a curly bracket because I want to write JavaScript inside the JSX. And what I will do is I will say object dot key and keys, and I will pass the social link inside this function. Well, basically what this will return, if this object dot keys will return an array of the keys of the provided object. So if I provided this social links over here, these keys of this social link will added into an array, which means I will get an array with YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, and so on. Like whatever keys we have in this object, those keys will added inside an array, and this will basically return me an array. So once I got those array like the YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, I know that currently what sort of icon I want to render, right? So in that case, I want to loop through that array by calling this map function, and from there I will access the individual key like this in this callback. And for now, let me expand this so that you can see this code better. And over here, what I will do, or actually let me go to the profile page and remove this class name max hidden for now, so that you can actually see the component over here. And once we are done with the component, we will hide it. So inside this mapping function, what I will do is I will say let link equal social underscore links, because this social link is referring to the main object. And from there I want to access this key, so I will say square bracket and I will pass this key. So by doing this, you will get the value of that particular key from the social icon, and you will store that inside the link. Now I just have to check whether or not it has any sort of length. So if this link has any sort of length, link, which means I have a social link in my database, and you don't have to worry about whether or not it's a correct URL, because when we will add a feature for the user to add their social link, there we will add that condition which will validate the links. And if the link is invalid, then we will allow the user in order to update the document. So over here, what I will say return link if link is true, which means if link has some value. In that case, I will say return a link component, which is from React router obviously, and inside it, well, I need to render the icon. And how we will render that icon, I will show you just in a moment. For right now, I will say that instead of rendering the icon, just give me the key, which means if it is a YouTube icon, I will get YouTube. If it is a Instagram icon, I will get Instagram. Okay, so and I will just add a colon, and I will say that if the link is not exist, which means it doesn't have any sort of length, in that case I will return an empty string. And over here in the to prop, I have to give the link so that I can tell, so whenever the user click on this link, whether it has to redirect. And if I save, you will see that now I got this YouTube, Instagram, and GitHub, these three links, because if I come to my MongoDB, you will see only these three have links, and Facebook, Twitter, website, these three inputs field, these three keys does not have any sort of value. That's why I'm getting only these three keys. And I'm getting this hand cursor, and if I click on it, this will redirect me to my link page, which is linked with this text. So let me give it a key, and I will give it a key because I am again mapping, so it's good to use the key so that you don't so React can differentiate the elements. Now let's give it some class names. Actually, no need to give class name over here. Give this target prop and just say underscore blank. So what it will do, not blank black, it will be blank. So what this target will do is whenever you click on this, it will redirect you to that page, but in new tab. So you won't leave this website, but it will just open that page in new tab, so you won't get out of our website, right? So instead of rendering this key, now I want to render the icon. And how can I do that? For that, let's go to the flat icon, and over here let me search for YouTube. you will see I only got one result. So if I click over here, you see that its class is fi dash brands dash YouTube. Great. And if I actually, let me just copy this class so that I can show you it clearly. So let me just paste it over here. Don't worry about errors, we will work on it. So now let me search for Instagram, and if I click on it, obviously I got only one icon. And if I click on the uh, icon and paste it over here, you will see that the difference between YouTube and Instagram classes is just this name, this YouTube and Instagram. And actually this name, which is this YouTube or the Instagram, actually we are getting it from this keys mapping, because the key is actually YouTube and Instagram, right? And if you don't believe it, let me search for GitHub, and I will get only one icon. If I copy this and paste it over here, you will see the GitHub link is also icon is also same. We just have this GitHub at the end, and we have YouTube at the end for YouTube and Instagram at the end of for YouTube. So what I will do here is, instead of rendering this key, I will render this I tag over here, but I will say first of all the class should be class name, and I will add curly brackets over here because I want to run some conditions in order to change this class name and concatenate it. So what I will do is I will remove this YouTube from end, and I will just leave this fi dash brands dash, and actually remove this brands also, and just leave this fi with a space, and then just say space, and let me just add a space over here so that you can see it clearly. So after the space, what I will do, I will run a condition, and that condition will basically check if key is not equals to website, because if key is equals to website, then this format will not run, because you can't say brands dash website, because that does not make sense. So we can only have this format for the social links like the YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, or GitHub. So I will remove the website key for now, and I will say that if the key is not website, then in that case what you have to return is you have to return fi brands, which is this, and I will add dash, and I will then add plus to concatenate it with the key that I am getting from this loop, like this, right? And actually let me disable my word wrap so that you can see this class name in one line. So what I'm doing is, first I am concatenating, I am having this fi class over here, and then I'm checking for a condition whether or not the key is website. So if the key is not website, I am returning this fi dash brands, which will get concatenate after this fi, and it will concatenate with this key, which will be like YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, GitHub, or anything. And we will add a else block, which means if we don't have this website, like if the key is website, in that case what I will do is I will search for website over here to get a one website link. Let me have this one actually, or let me find some other else. Let me use this icon. Yeah, this one. So let me just copy this, actually not copy the whole, just copy this fi dash rr globe and just paste that over here. So if I have the website key, then this class will get attached to this I thing, I component. Otherwise it will attach this fi dash brands dash the key itself. So if I save this now, and it is giving me error because I have these three eyes over here. So if I remove this, now you will see instead of getting the YouTube or the Instagram text, I got the icons, which is this icon over here, YouTube for YouTube, and the Insta for Instagram, and GitHub for GitHub icon. Now I think I should style this icon as well. So what I will do is, after this condition, I will add plus to concatenate some other classes, and the classes that I want to concatenate is text to Excel for to Excel text size, and I will say when we hover over the text, the icon should change its color to text black. And if I save it, now you can see this is how it is looking, and if I click taking my mouse over the icon, the color is changing to black color, and yeah, now it is good. Now let's test whether or not this website condition is working correctly. So let me just quickly go over here, and let me say https, and let me give example.com anything, and let me update it. So now I have this website link also in my data. So if I just refresh it, I should see, yeah, you can see for these three, I got the same key with this FI brands, the key. And for the website, I got this FI-RR-globe icon, which means everything is working correctly. So after this, actually, now let me enable the word wrap, because we are done with the social link. So now we can move on to other thing, that is the joined at paragraph. So I will add a paragraph over here, and this will basically will display the joined at timestamp. So what I will do here is I will say get full day, and I will run this function. And actually you can't run this function like this, you have to make a curly bracket, and you will say get a full day, and inside this function I will pass join at timestamp. So basically we don't have this get full day, so let me just copy this name and go to date.jsx, and remember this date.jsx is handling all of the timestamp and date related functionality. So I only have get day function over here, but I need one more function over here, which will be get full day, which will take timestamp as a parameter, and it will again make a date, new date class from that timestamp, like we did for the get day over here. And what I want to return from this get full day is I want to return the date, the month, and the full year of the joining date. So I will just return date dot get date to get the date of the joining, and then I will add space dollar in the curly bracket. I will say get, not get, I have to get the month, right? So let me just copy this from the get day and I can paste it over here, so it will give me the month, and then I will add plus a space, and in the dollar curly bracket I can say date dot get full year. And now if I call this method and save it, now I have this get full day. Now to use this full day in external files, I need to export this. So export this, and now import this function in this about user over here. So just add import get full day from the date, and now if I just save it, now you will see that I got a text saying 25 September 2023, which means this is the date when this user joined the blogging website, this website. So now let's give it some classes. Let's set its text size to text XL, and let's say leading 7 to make its line height little bit tighter, and set its color to text dark gray, and just save it. And actually I will add a text over here saying joined on space get full day. So if I save it, this is how it looks, and with this these three things are about user. So these three things I won't show in the mobile screens, I want to show this on the medium screen. So I will do the same thing again. I will just add the class name back with the max medium hidden class. So if I save this, now you won't see the user about user over here because I am on these mobile screens. So if I expand my window, now you will see that say on the medium screens I got the profile image, edit profile button, and the about user over here. So now let's work on the blog section so that we can load the user's blog. Before creating the blog UI, we have to do the same thing. We have to create a blog state where we can store the blog data, and then we have to make requests to the server in order to get the blog data and update the state. And once we have the blog, once we have blogs in our data or the state, then we will render them over here. So before that, so let's make a state of blogs. I will say blogs, and the set function will be set blogs, and just set it equals to use state hook, and by default they will be of null value like this. And what I want to do is just make a function over here which we will call get blog. Actually we will call get blogs like this, and this get blocks will take an object as a parameter which will have a key page, and by default the page will be 1 because I want to add pagination over here. We will do the same thing that we did earlier for the home page or the search page. So I will add the page equal 1 by default, and then I will have another key which will be user ID, because now I will make a request to the search blocks and I will send user ID instead of sending the tags or query, in order to get the blocks written only by this user ID, and the user ID I can get from this user. So whenever I get the user, before setting it in the profile state, I can call this get block function where I can pass this user ID, and then I would be able to make request. So what I will do here inside this function, I will say that user ID underscore is equals to, if I have this user ID, which means if I have passed this user ID while calling this get block, in that case I won't do anything. Well, actually I will say this equals to undefined, which means if I haven't passed this user ID when calling this get block, which means I already have this in my block state. In that case, I will just say that take the block state, and from there take the user ID, and if the user ID do exist, which means I have passed the user ID while calling the get block, in that case I will say you can be equals to the user ID itself. So what I'm doing is basically, for now when you call it for the first time, you have to provide the user ID from this function right over here, and then this statement will just set this user ID equals to whatever user ID you have provided. And once you get the data from the backend, while formatting the data and converting the data structure into the object with the results key and the total docs key, we will add one more key to that, which will be the user ID key, which will store the user ID of the currently fetched user, so that we don't have to pass this get block every time. Because remember, to load more blocks we have to call load more button, and that we have to specify then that these parameters you have to pass in the function every time you have to call, and we didn't set up it like that, so we can't pass any parameter value with that. So we should have to give this condition over here. So after this, just make a Axios request, which will be post request, and let's make a request. So I'll add the localhost root over here. So it will be import.meta.and.wait underscore server underscore domain, and the root will be slash search blogs, and the data I want to send is author with the user ID, and I want to send the page information. So once I have made the request, once I get the response, I will catch that using then block, and I will make it asynchronous callback. And here I will destructure the data like this, and I will call this asynchronous function. Let me correct this spelling, asynchron. Okay, inside it now I have to format the data that I received from the front end, back end, and this is the same thing that we did for search blog and home page. So I think now you know what I am doing. So I will make a variable, say formatted data, let set equals to await, and let's call filter pagination data. And while calling this function, I need to pass some value. So I will say state is blogs, and the data that I want to add is the data itself, actually the blogs from the data, and I want to send set page equal page, and the count root that I will give for this will be slash search slash dash blogs count, in order to count the total documents. And I want to send this data to send. I have to define what data I have to send to this count root in order to count the total documents. So the data I want to send will be an object, and it will have author key, which will be equals to user ID. So if I save it, now I will get the formatted data. And once I got the formatted data, what I will do is I will say formatted data dot user underscore ID, so that I can set one more key inside this formatted data, which will be equals to this user ID that I got from this parameter. So now then I don't need this user ID again and again, and now I can just call set blocks function in order to set this formatted data. And if I save, you won't see any changes because we have created this, but we are not calling it. So let me just copy it, and what I can do is when I am over here in the then block of the fetch URL, so where I'm setting the profile state, what I will do, I will just call this get blocks function, and I will pass here the profile, the user ID. So I will say user ID key will be user dot underscore ID, because this user refers to this data, and this data has this underscore dot ID key. So you can't have to say dot ID, because this user is the object and it has this underscore ID key, and this user underscore ID is just the name of that key. So just save that, and even if I save it, I will see some errors. Let's see, am I getting any error? Okay, I didn't got any error, but this won't work because I am making request to search blocks count and search blocks, but our search block root is not accepting this author because it does not know what to do with this author key. It only knows the tag and the query key. So let's change that. So let me close this request.write and user and response, and let's work on the search block. So over here, what I will do is I will add another else if, and I will say else if I have author. In that case, I want to change the find query equals to, and before accessing the author, make sure you destructure it from the body like this, and let's change the find query of the author. So if I have any author in the request body, then I will say the find query will be author equal author. So you can just remove the colon, and the draft would be false because I want the published blocks only. So just copy this condition and actually paste it inside this search block count, so that the block count will also work fine, and actually add me this author over here as well to destructure it from the body. So if I save it now, and over here let me console.log the formatted data over here. So if I expand my window and open the console and refresh, now I should see blocks over here. Now you can see now in the results I got results, and in the results I have these two because I'm using this search block which has a limit of 2. That's why I'm getting 2, even though this user has written 12 blocks from which 2 blocks are drafts. So over here I got these two things, and in the user ID I got the ID of this current user. So which means I got the block data. Now I just have to render it. So now just remove the console log and let's just work on the UI. So after the div, which is this main div, which is this whole section. So after this div, let's make another div. Let's give it a class name maximum width to be maximum medium, and the width I will say margin top to be 12. So maximum medium, which means till medium means the margin top would be of 12 units, and then I would say width to be full like this. And inside this div I will create the blocks in page navigation. So I will say in page navigation, and this will export the in page navigation component as well. So inside over here, actually what I can do is I can go to my home page, because that is also getting rendering the block data from the block state. So we just have to do the same thing. So just go to the home page so that I can copy this in page navigation from here and paste it in the profile page like this. Okay, now we have to style this a little bit. So actually let me indent it properly like this. Over here now in the roots, let's change the page state to blocks published, and instead of saying trending blocks as a second tab, I will say about, and by default I will hide the about, which means this about will only be visible in the smaller screens, but it will be hidden in the medium or the larger screens. Then I will say if blog is equals to null, then render the loader. If that is not a case, then I will check for blocks.result.length. So if we have any sort of length, then I will render this with a block postcard, and it is giving me error because I don't have access to the I haven't imported that. So just import block postcard over here, and then the error will go. And then I have this no data message, and also I don't have I haven't imported it, so let me import this as well, no data message. Then we are having error on this load more data, so let's import that as well over here. And after that I am setting this fetch data function with this condition, so actually remove this condition because I don't need this condition over here. Instead, what I will pass here in the fetch data function will be the get blocks function, because remember this get blocks function is defined over here, which is basically making request to this search block, passing this author ID in order to get the block from the blocks written by the author. And instead of rendering the trending block as a second uh, element or second children, what I will render over here is about user card, and over here I will just pass about information, which is like the bio will be equals to bio, and the social links will be equals to social links, and the joined at will be equals to the joined at. But now this time I won't give the class name over here, because remember, if I give the class name over here, I have given the class name over here to hide it from the smaller screens, but I don't want to hide this from smaller screens, right? So now you will see that I got two blocks, and it is giving me load more option because I have written 10 I have published 10 blocks from this account. So if I click on load more, you will see after these I got two more blogs written by this author. And if I click on the about, I will see about information, which is just stating the nothing to read here, which is the bio, and the social links and the joined in date. And if I expand my web view, you will see that the blogs are coming on the left side with the load more option, because I have 10 and it is currently loading 5, so I 4, so I can click on load more to load 2x more blogs. And on the right side I have my profile information with the about. Okay, so we are actually done with our profile page, but we have to fix those 2 or 3 issues, and I think we need to give some classes to this profile image, not profile image, this profile section, so that we can have a border on the left side and some space over here. So let's give some styles over here, and then we will see what are these issues that we need to fix. So let me go over here, and this is the div which is containing the image, the profile name, and the about user. So just over here, after the minimum width 250 pixels, we can give some more classes, like on the medium screen the width will be of 50%, and I can say on the medium screens the padding from left will be 8 units, and on the medium screens the border will be left, and the border color will be border gray, and I will say on the medium screen it will be of streaky size, and I will see on the medium screen the top would be 100 pixels, and on the medium screens the padding from y direction will be 10 units. So if I save this now you will see spacing over here with the border on the left side that the website reload. Now you will see now this look much better. And now what are the issues that I am talking about? So first of all, now you see that I am on the Kunal profile, where I have loaded this blog and I have loaded the profile information. But if I go back, you will see I am on the John profile, but there is a issue, and that is I am getting the blogs written by the Kunal author, because you are seeing that I am getting this Kunal in the information of this block card. So how can I remove it? First of all, where I am resetting it, here where I am resetting the states, I have to reset the block state as well. So I have to say set blogs, and I have to reset it back to null. So by that, if I go to this Kunal, and if I come back, you will see, let me refresh it. So now in the John's page I don't have any blog. If I go to Kunal user profile, I will have 2 blogs, and if I come back, you will see still I have these 2 blocks over here, which means the block state is not resetting. And actually we will not reset the block state, and we will do something different, because even though I am setting the blocks to null, you will see that the issue is not resolved. So instead of giving the set blocks over here to null, what I will do is I will introduce a new state over here. So let me make another state, and I will call this state profile loaded, which will just contain the information of what profile it is currently loading on the page, currently loaded on the page. So what I will do is I will make a set function for this profile, set profile loaded, and by default I will set it equals to use state, and by default, not context, it should be use state, and by default I will set it equals to nothing. Actually it will be an empty string, so I can pass an empty string over here like this. Now once I fetch the user from the profile database, what I will do, while setting the profile state, I will set the profile loaded state also, and here I will just say the username. Actually not username, you have to say profile id, and this profile id is the parameter that we are getting from the what do you call the address bar. So this way, whenever I am getting the data from the backend about the user, I am just setting it equals to the profile loaded state, so that I know that currently this username is loaded. Now what I will do is I will first of all, in the reset state, I will reset that profile loaded as well to back to the string, and in the use effect what I will do is whenever this blog id changes, this will run this use effect, right? So over here I will say if the profile id right now, which means the profile id that is I'm currently in, is not equals to the loaded profile, which means if the profile loaded, which means what information we are showing is not equals to the profile id that we are on, in that case what I will do is I will remove the blocks, and I will say set blocks to null to remove the blocks. And then if here I will say if blocks is equals to null, which means if blocks is not does not exist, if a block state is empty, in that case I will call this reset state and fetch user profile, otherwise I won't call this. And I also will add comma blocks over here, so whenever the blocks changes I will call these two functions, these two conditions. So just save this, and this will resolve the issue. So now currently I am on the John's page. Let it reload. Now you can see I am getting the John's user information, and if I go to my profile, you will see that I got my profile with the blocks I have written. And if I go back now you will see that now it again make a request in the backend and got no blocks. That's why it is showing me no blocks published, and now the issue is resolved. So now one more thing that we have to fix is, if I go over here and just after John, let me type any random string. Well, this is a valid string that we will going to check in the database for the user. And if I press enter, well, this does not exist in the database. So now I am getting a blank page. But what I want is, if I don't have the user in the database, that then I want to redirect the user to 404 page, or actually I want to render the 404 page. So how can I do that? For that, what I will do is I will first collapse this section, and I will add one more condition over below this, and that condition will be profile underscore username dot length, which means I am checking for the profile username dot length. But remember, if I am getting if I don't have that user in the database, it will just be equals to null, and from null I won't be able to check the length. In that case I won't be render go inside this condition, so I won't render this. So if actually, let me correct it again. So let's add a else log, which means if we have a username inside our project, then we will render this. And if I don't have any username after making request to the database, then what I will do, I will render the page not found, and this page not found will render the 404 page. So if I reload the page and this does not exist, let me refresh, and actually it is giving me error, and it is saying personal info profile of as it is null. Yeah, actually it is giving me null. So what I will do over here is I will say set profile user only if user is not equals to null. So I will add a condition over here saying if user is not equals to null, then set the profile to user, Otherwise, don't update the profile. We will just have this empty data structure, and we will just remove the loading animation by just setting the loading state to false. And now if I come over here, you will see since this user does not exist, it will take some time, and since this user does not exist, I got this 404 page not found. But if I click over here and go to my profile, I will get my profile because this Kunal username does exist in the database. And if I try to go some random user profile page, you will see that I got this page not found. So with this, so that's it for today. We worked on a lot of things today. We made fully working home page and search page. We made dynamic routes for user profile and search page, and worked on profile page, and we've made a 404 page for invalid routes as well. So with this part done, we have actually halfway done with our website. In next part, we will learn to make blog page with blog interactions like and comment part, and then we will work on dashboard in order to manage the blogs or notification. We also have to make setting pages where user can update their profile and change login password. So with that, if you haven't subscribed the channel yet, do that, and it's a big motivation for me in making these videos. Also, if you like this video, give it a big thumbs up. If you have any doubt, feel free to comment. I will be glad to answer them. Thanks for watching, keep learning, and see you next time.